Just listen to these stories from Ramsey fans. Russell's premiums had jumped 25%, but Chapter walked him through every option and found a plan that saves him over $2,000 a year. When Rhonda moved to a new state after her husband passed away, her premiums went way up. But Chapter helped her find a similar plan for less than a third of what she'd been paying. And they can help you, too. Chapter's service is free, so call today to get ready for next year. Dial pound 250 and say Medicare. That's pound 250 and say Medicare.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Heidi Hommel in for Becky Lynn. Day 9 of the government shutdown, and tensions continue to rise between lawmakers. Political analyst Chuck Todd tells Arizona's Morning News it's going to take a third party to get the government reopened.
Look, this isn't going to end until Donald Trump's involved, and that's the issue. And guess what? He's not that interested in this yet.
He says air traffic controllers will have a major influence in placing pressure on Congress. To listen to the full conversation, go to the Arizona's Morning News podcast page on KTAR.com. The White House Budget Office says the mass firing of federal workers has started in an attempt to exert more pressure on Democratic lawmakers. The White House previewed that it would pressure the aggressive layoff tactic shortly before the government shutdown began, telling all federal agencies to submit their reduction in force plans to the Budget Office for its review. It said reduction in force could apply to federal programs whose funding would lapse in a government shutdown and is not consistent with the president's priorities. The U.S. will deploy about 200 troops to help the post-war transition in Gaza. The White House says they will be there to monitor the ceasefire agreement process, but the role will be limited. So says General Robert Abrams, the former commander for the United States forces in Korea and an ABC News contributor.
And I think just by being present in the region, they'll be able to monitor the activities with the Israeli Defense Forces. And of course, they'll exchange liaisons with the IDF.
This is all part of Phase 1 of the ceasefire as Israel and the people of Gaza wait for the hostage and prisoner exchange. We've already seen some heavy rainfall across the valley, and there is a lot more on the way.
The risk for substantial rain and dangerous conditions will continue to increase throughout the day and into the weekend.
The rainfall amounts are likely to vary just depending on where things line up, where the heaviest showers are focused, but there will be potential for some flooding impacts from all of this.
That's Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service. He says the West Valley will see some heavy rainfall this morning with a lot of the heaviest showers expected to the north and east of Phoenix coming later this afternoon and into the evening. Some areas could see up to 3 inches of rain. A flood watch remains in effect through tomorrow. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
The head of the United Nations World Food Program, Cindy McCain, suffered a second stroke this week after her first stroke in 2004. Vascular Neurology Director at Honor Health, Dr. David Wang, says the length of recovery can vary based on the size of the stroke.
Very common disease, we can say almost every 40 seconds there's somebody in our nation who would have a stroke. And about every 3 minutes, someone would die from a stroke. So it's a very disabling, deadly disease.
The widow of late Senator John McCain is at home recovering in Arizona. She plans to return to Italy in 4 to 6 weeks as the head of the United Nations World Food Program. ASU and semiconductor tech company Applied Materials have opened a brand new Materials to Fab Center in Tempe. The facility will be used as a shared space between students, faculty, and industry experts.
So we have the entire pipeline from research, development, prototyping, as well as workforce development and fabrication of chips. It's all in one place.
Sally Morton, the Vice President of Knowledge Enterprise at ASU, says students will learn how to use state-of-the-art microchip producing tools that will help them be at the top of the list for jobs when they graduate. And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We have a crash working at 24th Street and Buckeye Road in Phoenix, another at 27th Avenue and Camelback Road. Otherwise, things are moving pretty smoothly across the valley right now. Traffic is brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Celebrate every season with AZ Trim Light's smart LED lights. Lifetime warranty, stunning colors, and holiday deals ending soon. Visit aztrimlight.com today. Today's high will get up to 92 degrees. We've got a 50% chance for scattered thunderstorms throughout the day. The overnight low is going to cool off to 76. An even bigger chance for storms tomorrow with a high of just 88. It's 92 degrees in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Weather replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Heidi Hommel on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Are we ready? It's Friday, my friend. You ready to do this?
Yeah. Let's do it.
That makes one of us.
You're not ready?
My computer froze. I got nothing.
Oh, no.
Heidi, take over.
Okay, here we go, Joe. What are we talking about?
Scottsdale.
Oh, where I'm from.
Teachers.
Where I grew up. What in Scottsdale?
Scottsdale
Teachers.
teachers.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're mad.
What was school life like for you, Heidi?
Hang on. This is a good question. I'm glad you brought this up, Heidi. I'm glad you brought this topic to our attention, Heidi. Were you a brat in your school in Scottsdale?
I was a golden student. I was the teacher's pet.
All right.
Someone's got to be.
Yeah, you're right. Also, is that graded on a curve?
But you know what? My sister was not a brat, but troublemaker. And she was 2 years older than me. We went to the same high school. So when I got into classes with these teachers who had my sister, they were like, oh, great.
Another one.
Another Hommel. And then they realized I was such a gem. And they're like, oh, wow, she's easy.
Yeah, my brother had the same problem.
What percentage of your classes did have somebody who gave the teacher a hard time?
I wouldn't, you have the class.
That's such a Joe question. What percentage of classmates would you say your teachers didn't like? How do I possibly answer that question accurately?
There's probably maybe one class clown in every class who jokes with the teacher, but I didn't have anyone harassing the teacher. Mind you, I went to private school, so.
Oh, okay. So you're saying all the rotten kids were in the public schools?
I don't know.
She just used the key word, though. Harassing the teacher.
Well, that's exactly what the teachers at the public schools are saying now. They're saying that not only are they're saying what we all say. I don't get paid enough to deal with this crap.
Yeah.
That's what the teachers are saying.
Uh-huh.
And I don't blame them for it. So Scottsdale Unified teachers are upset. They say they're not getting paid. The kids are rotten. And the school district keeps making things worse.
Not just the kids are rotten. The parents are rotten, too.
I've heard this complaint for a long time.
Yeah, the parents are actually even worse than the kids.
And I'd like to point out, just probably the millennials. Yeah.
Not the geezer millennials, though.
I'm listen.
The
as a
younger
Gen Xer,
millennials.
I'm in the driver's seat right now. I can just blame everybody else.
Well, if I fall over, I land.
No. This is definitely still millennial.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Maybe, but not my millennial.
I want you to think about this. If you had a kid when you were 30, not too late to have a child, right? Certainly right in the
still have a kid now.
Target zone?
Uh-huh.
No, but 30 is a pretty normal time to have a child, right?
Sure.
For you?
My parents were 30 when they had me.
There you go. How old would your kid be right now?
My kid would be 13.
And that would be?
8th grade?
Yeah. So definitely still you.
Definitely still me.
Definitely still you.
Okay, but I didn't.
It's all of millennials, is what I'm saying.
Nah.
So all those kids that didn't want to work for the last 15 years are now making kids that don't want to work, and they're all making excuses for each other, and it's ruining America. I'm out.
But like Heidi said, I'm a private school kid too. So this was definitely not me. This is you.
Pablo and I went to school with all the poor kids, and you guys and your
this is you.
Your parents just
this
rolling
is your
in dough.
People.
It's my people, the poors.
That was like if my parent went to teacher conference night. We were like if half of my classmates had a dad.
A parent to go to the teacher conferences, right? Yeah.
Pablo, what were your classes like? Were a lot of students harassing the teacher?
No.
They
harassed each other.
They still allowed spankings back then.
Yeah. I got spanked.
Yeah.
You got spanked in school? By a teacher or principal?
Principal. They got to call your parents first. First time my mom didn't let him. The second time she did.
She said, go for it.
Yeah.
First time, mom's like, no, hold on.
Was that the last time?
Now?
Yeah, that was the last time.
That was the last time?
Mr. Rodriguez, Ira Murphy Elementary.
Yeah. How many times did he hit you?
Just once.
Just
one paddle.
Just one? Okay.
It was 3 of us in the office.
Oh, and everybody got it?
Yep.
Were you first to go?
No, I was second.
Oh.
Anticipation even more.
I was going to say, that's got to be the worst.
Everybody's kind of normal. They harass each other, but not the teacher. I felt like there was a lot more respect for a teacher back in the 80s and 90s. I don't know.
I do
fear?
too.
I
think fear has a lot to do with it. I think that's a really good point. I think fear is part of that.
They weren't caught on camera either back then, so they weren't afraid of speaking up or something, you know? Now a kid pulls out a phone and starts recording.
And all of a sudden the teacher's getting pulled in front of the school board. And
Are kids getting some of this behavior from the parents, too?
Yes, absolutely.
If the parents are harassing the teacher
yes.
and complaining about the teacher at home, does the kid then think...
Let me tell you from a parent perspective, though.
Yes.
I do think that there is a fine line, and this is a very difficult thing for parents. And we're talking specifically about the Scottsdale teachers that are having problems here, but I think this is a global issue, and that is, as a parent, you want to support your child.
Yeah.
You want to show your child that they're supported.
You've always got their back.
I always got your back. But sometimes having their back means letting them face consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And so for a child, they don't always look at it that way. Sometimes a child will say, you did this to me. You let this happen to me. No. You brought this on yourself. I made sure that you were safe while you faced the consequences,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that's a really tough thing. I'll give you an example. I have my oldest son is probably the most type A of my three kids, right? He's 30 now, very proud of him. On his own, got a great job, career, all that stuff, right? Very proud of him.
Mm-hmm.
But there were when he was younger, he did the same kind of dumb stuff that, well, you didn't. I know. You were goody two-shoes. But he did dumb stuff.
Okay.
I did dumb stuff.
A lot of kids do kid things.
Basically, my mother's curse came to fruition. She said, I hope your kid is as bad for you as you are for me. Right?
Oh, and it happened.
That's the old mother's curse.
Oh,
right?
look what you had to deal with. You had a little Meryl running around.
Yeah, it was terrible. And I deserved it. But there were times that I had to let him face those consequences. There were times that I was the consequence. Like, if I see him doing something wrong, you're going to answer to me, that kind of thing. But there was also a time that I thought that his teacher was being very unfair in the way that she was running her, and she wasn't targeting him by any means.
Yeah.
But I just felt like her system was not equitable.
Okay.
She put a tremendous amount of weight. This was like 6th grade.
Mm-hmm.
A tremendous amount of weight on the final exam.
Oh.
Now, my son didn't do very well on the final exam. He got like a 50 or 60%. But I went back and he had 100% on all of his participation and all of his other quizzes and everything else, all the other stuff.
Okay.
Like, he was really good in that class. He bombed the final.
Kind of nerves or just didn't do well. Maybe didn't study. Who
And I'm
knows?
like, this is 6th grade. This isn't college. We don't put 70% of the weight on the final.
Yeah.
And he ended up getting a C, and I was very upset about the C. And the teacher said, I'll never forget this. The teacher said this to me, and I thought, you are terrible. The teacher said, look, C is average, and some kids are just average. Let me tell you what you should never tell a parent. Your kid is just going to be average.
That's very funny. I had a freshman year biology teacher tell my mom the same thing.
Is that right?
After I flunked the test, after I'd missed a week of school, she gave me 0 time to prepare, to study, to anything. First day back in school, she expected me to take the test. It was the only C I got in high school, and she gave my mom almost the exact same speech.
Well, your son is average, and average is okay.
It's okay that he got a C in my class. A C is average.
But I expected more from my son, and he had a track record of it, too.
Now,
I'll tell you
well.
this.
Yeah.
There were some classes later on where if he got a B, that was really good. Like a C, we thought, this is good. He got a C in this class. Because if you're struggling in class and like you're a D student in that particular class, when you get a C, you go, hey, you brought it up a little bit.
But it's middle school. You shouldn't have all that weight on the final.
I agree.
It's not like you said.
So now the
college.
question is, was I being the helicopter parent who was swooping in and trying to save my child and backing him on everything, right? And I wanted to have my kids back. Was I being unreasonable at the time? I mean, the teacher set up her own system.
Yeah.
She said, this is how the system's going to work. This is the way it is. It's my classroom. I run the classroom.
I'm going to have this.
As a parent, I said, that's not a good way to run the classroom.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to have this the Joe way. Yes, you were swooping in and trying to save your kid, but I don't think you were wrong at all with what you did because I think the way the teacher handled it for 6th graders is unreasonable.
And that's kind of how I approach it. Now, when we talk about teachers in Scottsdale that are complaining and they say that they don't feel like they've got the respect, a quarter of them say that they've been harassed by parents, and nearly 1 out of 5 teachers say that they've been harassed by students. What is harassment? Was me going in after school, after I saw my son's grades and they were posted on the website or whatever, right? the portal. I went in to talk to that teacher in person. Did I harass the teacher?
I would say no. I would say
what would the teacher say?
Well, that all depends on the teacher, Chris. I mean, some teachers might really appreciate the fact that. Did you show up unannounced, or did you book an appointment?
It was the last day of school, and she posted the grades as she was basically jetting, and I ran in there.
I'm guessing, knowing you, the teacher probably would say that was harassment, but I think it's all in how
she was a Karen.
It's all in how you approach it.
She definitely would have. He's mean to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a teacher likely would say that you were harassing.
Yeah. And I want to be fair. This was many years ago. And also, you're only getting my side of the story. I bought it.
Of course.
I want to just be fair on the,
but I think
the tale.
I believe you're presenting this fairly. Teacher probably did say that it was harassing, but when I think harassing behavior, I more so think, get in their face in the parking lot and really confront them or deal with some issue that, doesn't directly deal with a grade or make a threat. You didn't make a threat. It's not like you said, we're taking this to the dean or.
Yeah. No. We didn't have deans. It was public school, Joe.
We're taking this to the master sergeant.
Listen to this guy. He's just like, what? A master sergeant?
Principal. I know.
What? We're taking this
private
to the
school.
Unbelievable. You guys have an entirely different system. Ugh. You guys are horrible.
We're taking this to Sister Mary Helen.
Now, here's what worries me, though. The Scottsdale teachers, they say that they are, nearly 3/4 of them say that they are not financially secure. A third say that they are likely to leave if the pay trends continue.
Well, we've seen that.
And just over 10% say they don't feel safe at work. Now, that worries me. If it's a safety issue with the harassment, it's legitimate harassment, not a teacher who has to stand up for their own system, right? And kudos to my son's teacher who did, stand up for herself. I got her fired, but I didn't. But you know what I mean? There's a difference. We can have a disagreement just because we disagree is harassment.
You didn't pull out a gun.
I didn't tell her I was going to have her job or anything like that.
Mace her.
No. So anyway, my concern, though, is the safety at work. My concern is that we're not paying good teachers to be there. And my concern is I don't get paid enough to deal with this crap. How come the schools aren't supporting the teachers better? Why are the schools struggling so hard to keep the teachers happy? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Heidi Hommel with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:17, I'm Heidi Hommel, and this is what you need to know right now. The rainfall is just getting started, with most of the heaviest downpours expected this afternoon into the evening across portions of Arizona. A flood watch is in effect for most of the state through tomorrow. Head of the United Nations World Food Program, Cindy McCain, suffered a stroke this week and is now home recovering in Arizona. Vascular Neurology Director at Honor Health, Dr. David Wang, tells KTAR there are nearly 800,000 strokes in the United States every year, making it the leading cause of adult disability and the 5th leading cause of death. A small plane mishap at Deer Valley Airport is now being looked at by federal investigators. The Phoenix Fire Department tells us it happened just after 12:30. The pilot was able to get out without any help after the plane flipped over. There were no serious injuries. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the temperature in El Mirage. Right now, it's 85 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
We've got schools struggling all across the valley trying to keep their teachers happy. Why can't the schools keep them happy? It's not just a Scottsdale problem. I mean, we were talking valley-wide. Part of that is you've got fewer students. You've got tighter budgets. You've got teachers that are caught in the crossfire. You've got parents that are getting into the faces of their teachers because they're backing their students. I also think that there may be something to this digital age that we're in, too, where you've got, is it harassment if a teacher is disciplining a student in class and another student gets out their phone and records it and then posts it on social media? Is that harassment?
I I would say no.
What if there's backlash and all of a sudden the teacher gets all kinds of grief from other parents? The teacher didn't do anything wrong. They're disciplining the student in class.
Well, then it could become harassment.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody necessarily did anything wrong, but all of a sudden you've got a circumstance that blows up beyond any other. So it could be, and it's not just Scottsdale. This could happen. We've got stories from all across the valley.
Oh.
We'll have a story come out in just a few moments from Tolleson. Oh, also.
Yes.
I got a text here not too long ago from somebody in Fountain Hills.
Oh.
I was just saying that they liked the show. So shout out to our friends in Fountain Hills. Can't thank you enough for being part of the show in Fountain Hills there.
When I think harassment, I think the obvious stuff that you throw out there, the students getting unruly, mom or dad showing up after class. But I also think, AI, things like that. Is a student making something that isn't even true and splashing it
deep
on
fake
social
videos
media.
or something?
Sure.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And that, to me, could become harassment. Now, to me, the money is the big piece of it. We know that teacher salaries have went up quite a bit as a result of Red for Ed, almost 35% since 2017. But
what?
You pointed this out, Chris, that about a third of the districts have actually cut teacher pay this year.
Yeah.
And that is a big problem right there because the COVID relief funds came to an end. So
yes.
I think money would solve a lot of this. If you got teachers more money, might they still complain about some other things? Yes. But I don't think you would have nearly as much of a problem of retaining teachers.
I've seen that in some cases you got starting salaries that are actually below the state's living wage. So not the minimum wage, but below what we would consider like this is what you have to make to live here. And starting salaries for teachers is even below that. So if you're going to school at ASU and you want to be a teacher, why? Why would you want to be a teacher?
You feel like it's your life's calling. You feel like you want to give back to the kids. You feel like you had a teacher who was phenomenal and you want to do that profession.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people ask me all the time, why do you want to get into media? Why do you want to talk on the radio?
Right.
And
I can answer that question.
Because it was so hard to get into the field. There weren't a ton of jobs.
Right.
Why did I want to do it? It was just always my dream growing up as a kid.
Right. And if we paid you $35,000 a year, would you keep doing it?
We did early on, let me tell you.
But it isn't early on anymore.
No, I worked my way up the ladder. And my guess is if
we paid you $35,000 today,
no.
Could you keep doing this job?
It'd be pretty tough.
If you had a kid who was going to school and the starting pay in radio is 35, which I got to tell you, for some people, 35 grand is more than they make in this business.
Yes.
Would you be like, yeah, go for it? That's what a great idea. You're a very smart student. You got a scholarship to school, and now you're going to go because you want to be on the radio. This is one of the things our industry is facing is recruiting good people for the future of the industry when they go, well, why don't I just give it a shot being an influencer for a little while? I'll try to start a YouTube channel, and maybe I can make more money that way, right? You want to be a teacher, that's basically taking a vow of poverty at this point.
I would, as a parent, I would say go for it, follow your dreams, have a dang good backup plan, and be prepared to pivot after a couple of years.
That's basically what my parents said when I went to school for theater performance. They were like, this is not a good use of your time, but maybe you'll get some other job skills out of it. I didn't.
See, to me, if we made the money problem go away, these other things would still pop up. But I think, again, we'd be able to retain the teachers. It doesn't work the other way. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So as long as the money problem is present, if we take care of, okay, teachers aren't being harassed by students, by parents.
So why can't the schools take care of the money problem?
They don't have the money to shell out.
So is that a state problem?
I think it's a countrywide problem. I don't think it's just an Arizona problem, but Arizona.
But we're 51st in the country when it comes to best states for public education, according to Consumer Affairs.
Arizona is definitely worse with this.
We have like the 49th worst funding for teachers, teacher pay. It's terrible.
Yes, and I bet if we looked at a lot of other states as well, they would have problems in terms of teacher pay as well. I bet it's
But Arizona's is worse.
Yes, it is.
So
why
is that a
it
state
worse
legislature
here?
problem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in terms of what to do about it, it's too easy to say just throw more money at the problem because then the issue becomes, well, where do you take the money from? Who are you going to stick it to pay the teachers, to give the schools more funding?
Well, yeah. Do you raise taxes or do you cut somebody else's funding, right? That's really your options.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and if you raise taxes, do you risk some of your residents saying, you know what, nuts that. I'm off to Utah. We're moving to Nevada. We're going back east.
Well, if I'm a parent, I'm already thinking that way.
Mm-hmm.
If relocation is an option, I'm already thinking that way, right? So really what we're saying is, are we going to be a state that is good for families, or are we not?
We like to think we are. We like to think we're certainly good for business with bringing TSMC, a number of big data centers out here.
Sure.
We like to think that we can lure these companies, but
aren't those companies supposed to be generating some more taxes too? Isn't that the idea behind having major commercial
but is that
enterprise?
part of how we lure them as businesses? If we give them great tax breaks, we don't have big
in some
taxes
cases, yeah.
put on their shoulders.
Okay, so the businesses get to operate at a lower tax rate because we want them to be here because that will have more people here who will then also not pay high taxes and they will also get a worse education. This seems like a gangbusters plan.
That's what we're doing, though, right?
It is what we're doing. It is what we're doing.
Yeah.
Arizona's public funding is kind of an embarrassment. Enrollment is declining. If you were in charge, there is one little trick to get things back on track. Legality be damned. Just don't let your teachers send nudes or somebody's going to notice, and then you're going to get in trouble. You're going to find out who broke the sexting rule, and you'll find out next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, if you are somebody who says, you know what? Would you say, Joe, nuts to this? I liked that.
Yeah.
I'm sticking with nuts to this.
Yeah.
Nuts to this. I'm out.
Nuts to what?
This.
What's this?
This living here. Then you got to move.
Oh.
Right? So what does that mean? That means you want to get out now, and you want to go get your kid enrolled in a good school system in any other state. Well, that means you got to get moving, and you got to act fast, and you got to sell your house, and you got to find a new house in the new place. And there is a lot going on, and you don't need all that stress. That's where Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program comes in. See, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later, they will give you cash up front for your home right now. No showings, no awkward scheduling. No, we need you to leave your house for a long time while the strangers, flip through your closets. You don't need that. Orchard fronts you the cash. You move into your new place first. Probably in Utah. Got good schools in Utah.
Love Utah.
Go to Utah. Then the Orchard team swoops in. They fix up your old home in the, bad school district. And then that old home gets sold for top dollars. You get the upgrade and you get the payday. It's like having your cake and eating it too, and then selling the plate for profit. You want to know what your home is worth? You go to Orchard.com for that free valuation. It's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
The federal government shutdown. When will it end?
This is the last paycheck that 700,000 federal workers will see until Washington Democrats decide to do their job and reopen the government.
The American people are sick and tired of the chaos, crisis, and confusion that has been visited upon the country by Donald Trump and Republican complete control of Congress.
Stay with Arizona's news station for breaking news about the federal government shutdown on 92.3, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and the KTAR YouTube channel.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works at Aspire Allergy and Sinus. Go to AspireAllergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's AspireAllergy.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. That means it's time for My Lowe's Rewards members to save big with up to 40% off hundreds of items like appliances, tools, home essentials, and more. Plus, get free standard shipping. Shop these exclusive member-only savings now through October 15th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. I'm Heidi Hommel. We've already seen some heavy rainfall across the valley, and there's more in the forecast. In fact, the risk for substantial rain and dangerous conditions will continue to increase throughout the day and into the weekend.
The rainfall amounts are likely to vary just depending on where things line up, where the heaviest showers are focused. But there will be potential for some flooding impacts from all of this.
That's Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service. Some areas could see up to 3 inches of rain. A flood watch remains in effect through Saturday. This Sunday, the Cardinals hope to rebound off of last week's 22-21 loss against the Tennessee Titans as they face off against the 4-1 Indianapolis Colts. Tyler Drake, co-host of the Cardinals Corner podcast, joined Arizona's Morning News to give us his opinion on this week's matchup.
This Colts team is legit, probably the most complete team they'll play up to this point, both offensively and defensively.
Kickoff will be at 10 a.m. You can catch the game live on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7. The Datos report released by the Arizona Hispanic Chamber shows areas of concern for the Latino community in the state, one of which being visas. CEO of the Arizona Hispanic Chamber, Monica Villalobos, tells the Mike Broomhead Show business owners pay more for visas.
Those companies have to pay 25% more to get those workers outside of the country. And even when they offer 25% more to people in the U.S., they don't get the workers.
She says offering visas gives another opportunity to enter the states legally. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. As of this very second, nothing to report new on the highways-wise, but our surface streets is a bit of a different story. Scottsdale with a crash on Rio Salado Parkway and Scottsdale Road. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on Indian School Road and 27th Avenue. Phoenix again with a crash, 7th Street and Baseline Road. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord to open your shades? Smarten up Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're expecting some more scattered thunderstorms in the 3 o'clock hour, a high of just 92 degrees today. More storms tomorrow and throughout the weekend with a high of just 88 on Saturday. It's 92 degrees in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Heidi Hommel on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and a massive amount of rain hits the valley from Hurricane Priscilla. Multi-day flood threat will tell you where the highest flood threat will be across the valley. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. We start at 4.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, and you'll find us on the YouTube channel as well. We've got trouble brewing in Tullis, and I saw that the superintendent was on with Broomhead this morning. Yes?
Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm looking at what you put on your sign. I can't support that.
That's you.
No. I support my sign.
Are you the people watching on the YouTube channel see there's like a little sideshow going on all the time, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to check it out. KTAR News YouTube channel. Yours was extreme is all I have to say.
I got vetoed on one that I had this morning.
Yeah.
It was considered to be
self-veto.
Outside of the company decency guidelines.
Mm-hmm. That one's close.
I was told it's not going to fly.
Well, let
no!
I like how you keep putting it up there, too. That's
good.
Great. Uh-huh. Broomhead had...
I think he had a lot of supporters.
Let's focus. Broomhead, yesterday, his guest. Elaborate.
Well, I feel like we're leaving the radio audience in the dark on that one.
Well, that's why they got to check out YouTube.
Let's just say that Joe supports former Heisman Trophy winners who may have played for the Buffalo Bills and been 2,000-yard rushers, and allegedly
never convicted,
so but allegedly cut their wives'
Now, if
necks.
you wanted to say Joe supports orange juice in his cranberry juice, I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
That I can get on board for.
Okay.
In that sense, I am team orange juice.
I kind of like just messing with each other on the YouTube.
You know, mine was so nice to you.
It really was.
I
have nice ones
this
in there
too. This is good because I'm glad that you
out.
probably feel a smidge guilty. I like when I can do that.
A little bit.
Good.
A little bit. I do.
Good. Broomhead's guest.
So we were talking about the schools and being, having their budgets cut, and they've got declining enrollment, and all kinds of bad things are happening to a number of the different public school districts.
Yep.
Okay. We don't know about the charter schools because they get to keep all their information quiet.
Mm-hmm.
They get taxpayer dollars. They get treated like a public school, but they don't have the same responsibilities as the public school systems do.
Must be nice.
Private schools have the sweetest deal because they get the public tax dollars, and you can't say boo about boo when it comes to the private schools.
About boo.
That's exactly right.
Got it.
They get everything. So anyway, the question is, why are all the schools so broke? Except... Remember we did that story last week about the superintendent of Tolleson makes the most in the state?
Mm-hmm.
$475,000, I think.
Less than the previous superintendent there.
Yeah, they're actually getting a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's under fire. They're scrutinizing him.
What's this guy? Jeremy Calles?
Calles. Is that how you say his name, Pablo? Calles? Calles? Is that right? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't want to anglicize the man's name. That's not fair. So anyway, evidently Tolleson is being audited right now.
Okay.
Because they have too much money. And too many students. Yep. Okay. So he was on and answering some questions with Mike Broomhead, and I appreciate that he was willing to do that. In fact, I think I can play a little bit of this. Let me see if I can do this. Let me see if my stuff will work here.
It appears that Principal Mandaraga brought that to the attention of our HR department.
Okay, couple of different things here. There have been a number of different allegations.
Yes, so the principal allegation, this deals with an allegation that a teacher had some kind of inappropriate relationship with a student.
And sent a topless photo.
And the superintendent allowed said teacher to resign and get full benefits and end up at another school district.
Right. Now, to be clear, do we know, hey, guys, do we know, was the teacher male or female that sent the topless photo?
Pretty sure it was a male student, or
Okay,
male teacher.
Male teacher. So I think this is a big difference because I don't know the context. What was the photo that was sent? Now, if this was a, hey, do you like what you see? Hubba hubba. Okay, this is something that's a problem. If this was, say, a teacher who is also the strength coach for the football team who's saying, this is the muscle I need you to work on right here, you know what I mean? And just pointing it out on himself, okay, still not great, but certainly not sexually charged.
Here is what the superintendent said. The male teacher allegedly sent a shirtless photo of himself to a female student.
Oh, okay.
So I doubt the female student was in weight training.
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't know.
We don't
but
know.
It sounds sexually charged.
Okay. So anyway, Kaya has then basically blamed underlings.
The investigation was handled by Mr. Juan Ceja, who is our former deputy superintendent, but no longer works with the district. I've been trying to get a hold of Juan to find some of the reasoning behind why he felt that didn't need to be reported. When it came to me as, look, we have a serious personnel matter. Looks like we have a teacher who's overly familiar with a student, and we're going to go ahead and take a resignation in lieu of termination. So Mr. Juan Ceja made that determination. I went ahead and okayed it. I never saw the image. I didn't know that there was this image of the teacher, and I don't know what the surrounding context is because I haven't been able to get a hold of Juan Ceja. I did talk to our...
Not good enough.
To me, if you're the superintendent, you should be asking more questions.
You get involved in that.
When something like that happens because... again, if you're on the administrative level, you're a mandatory reporter as well.
Well, then the question is, does a topless photo of the teacher sent to the female students, and again, we don't know the rest of the context,
right?
Does that rise to the level of mandatory reporting? And here's where he went wrong. My understanding is he talked to attorneys about this.
The superintendent.
The superintendent talked to attorneys and said, "Is this mandatory?" And they go, "Well, you know, it's not exactly cut and dry like that." You err on the side.
I was going to say,
caution, right?
Always CYA.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that they're in trouble for now, that of course brought some eyes to Tollison. The other thing they're in trouble for is allegedly inflating the enrollment numbers in a couple of high schools in order to say, now that we are overcrowded in our district, now we have a reason to build another school.
Interesting. But they were not? Or we just don't know?
The other schools are like, you overcrowded us, and then you wanted us to inflate our numbers, and for what? So you could get your new school built, right? Meanwhile, you've got other districts that are losing kids. They're closing schools. They got all this other stuff.
Lots of districts.
You've got Isaac Elementary School District that screwed up their budget so bad that Tollison had to bail them out, which brought them to the attention of the state legislature. The state legislature then said, how do you have any money? I thought we gutted everything you had. How could you possibly have any money left? Our entire goal was to destroy the public school system, but somehow you're being successful. We have to look into this. And so they did. And then they found out, oh, now you may have, you want to build a new school. You want to have football fields. You want to have this. You want to have that. How do you have so many students? And now people are saying, well, they may have inflated numbers. And
not good.
It's not good if it's true. But I also want to point something else out here, too. We're late on this break, right?
Just a little.
Well,
you want to come back and dive more in?
Because I think this is important. Because
I have another thought on it, too.
Tollison inflating the numbers to justify expansion, if that's true, that's underhanded. But you've got other districts that are downsizing. It's like...
What should the punishment be for something like this as well?
I don't think there should be. I think there should be rewards. We're so worried about punishing him for being too successful. The problem here, quite obviously, is that the state legislature is mad that they haven't been able to destroy him. That's it. Tollison is basically standing up to the bullies and winning, and they're throwing a temper tantrum. But there may be more to it. There may be more to it. And I know Joe's looking at me like, we got to break, but I got to say this. All right, you sit tight.
You're good.
I'm not done with my frustration either. I know you're not.
I couldn't tell you were frustrated.
I am so frustrated.
How frustrated?
I'm so frustrated. It's going to take me about 2 minutes, a news flash and then another 2 minutes just to calm down and collect my thoughts. It's next, the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What are the latest trends in outdoor living spaces heading into the winter?
It's outdoor luxury living. Kitchens, spas, lawn areas for gatherings, pickleball courts, fountains. It truly is an outdoor living experience. Very, very driven and client-specific is where we're focused.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:46, I'm Heidi Hommel, and this is what you need to know right now. Plan ahead if you're flying today. Dozens of flights have been delayed at Sky Harbor Airport. The airport says a number of factors could be to blame for the delays. The FAA's website states staffing as a factor amid the continuing federal government shutdown. A woman is in custody after a hit-and-run crash that injured a Phoenix police officer early this morning. It happened just before 1 a.m. in the area of 7th Avenue in Indian School. The suspect hit-and-run driver was found a short time later. She could face a number of charges, including DUI. Flags at Arizona State buildings will be at half-staff Sunday in the memory of Timber Mesa firefighter EMT Glenn Collins. That order from Governor Katie Hobbs after Collins died in a car crash while on his way to work on October 3rd. He is the third Timber Mesa firefighter to lose his life over the last few weeks. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the temperature in Peoria, right now it's 86 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Fall is back, and so are Train Fall rebates. Now's the best time to replace your AC system with Howard Air and Plumbing. For a limited time, and when you mention Gatos, stack Train Fall manufacturer rebates with utility rebates and federal tax credits for up to $6,900 in savings, plus 0% financing on approved credit and 10-year labor warranties on select systems. Hurry and upgrade now before summer prices return. Howard Air and Plumbing, 602-953-2766. Schedule online, howardair.com.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Craving a mouth-watering lunch that won't drain your wallet? Rush to Venezia's Pizzeria for daily specials starting at just $8.48. Sink your teeth into 2 giant loaded specialty pizza slices or a massive New York-style slice with a crisp, fresh salad, both with a drink and under $10. Dine in, grab it to go, or hit Venezias.com. Forget bland fast food. Indulge in bold flavors at Venezia's. 7 Valley locations where family tradition delivers irresistible value. Venezias.com.
LaDonna here. If you go for a moonlight stroll, where are you more likely to die? Arizona or Nebraska? Find out Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
Welcome back, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. On air, online, KTAR News app. Tolleson School District is under fire because, well, first of all, they've got a couple of things going on. One, absolutely deserved to be under fire for this. They had a teacher that allegedly, blah, 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 cover my butt, sent topless photos to a female student. It was a dude sent a topless photo to a female student, is what our intrepid reporter, Heidi Hommel, said. And then they basically said, okay, you're allowed to resign. And then basically like what the
allegedly dude went to another district and got hired, got a gig.
It's like what the churches were doing for a long time, right? When you had, they were just getting shuffled around.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened.
Kind of. I mean, a little different behavior here.
Oh, yeah. Not as bad as the churches. Okay,
correct.
I see what you're saying. Okay. So, but then they're under scrutiny and they're being audited because they have too much money. Other schools are closing down. Tolleson is not. Tolleson's looking at expanding, and the state legislators are like, hey, how do you have so much money when we've been trying to cut your budget for the last 15, 20 years?
Yeah, but how are they able to expand? What did they do?
Well, they may have inflated some of their numbers. It sounds like they moved some students from one area to another in order to make some of the schools overcrowded so that they could say, the district has too many students, we have to build another school.
Probably shouldn't have done that.
No.
But I don't think there should be a punishment for that.
Why?
Because you're going to punish the kids if you punish anybody for that in the process, and the kids didn't do anything wrong. So
that's fair.
I mean, what do? Dock the superintendent some pay?
So here's where I come down on this. Because all of this started, in fact, even based on our own reporting at KTAR.com, officials began looking closely at Tolleson after it agreed to a lease purchase deal with Phoenix Isaac School District earlier this year, helping pull Isaac out of a financial crisis. And at that point, people said, how does Tolleson have so much money that they can try to help the
bail
neighboring
out a school district?
Right. That according to Matt Grass, state representative, said that immediately raised questions for the legislature because it was incredibly unusual buying real estate and then making a land arbitrage play here with taxpayer dollars and another school district. Two things come to mind. One, if this had been a charter school doing that, would we have batted an eye?
Probably not.
Where do charter schools get their money?
The taxpayers.
Same place that the public schools get their money. But they're for profit.
Yes.
And so we go, well, that's okay if they're spending a taxpayer dollar to try to help out a neighboring charter school, for instance, because that's in the business community. But if this is public schools, how dare they? But I would argue the same thing. How can you be, if you're for profit, I'm paying too much then. If you're making a profit on my kid's education, aren't my taxes too high?
If you're making the choice to send your kid to school there, maybe not.
That's the other thing, is that Tolleson they were recruiting kids. They were the first to start running commercials Say, bring your kids here. We've got all these great things going on, right? And I think that was somewhat successful. And I'm not saying that there isn't something going on in the Tolleson district. There may be. There may be some shadiness. There may be playing in the gray areas of what is and is not acceptable.
Seems like there is.
It might be. Absolutely. But what I do know is this. Our legislature has actively sought to undermine the public schools at every turn. And so when a legislator who has worked to defund public schools comes out swinging and claiming that a public district has too much money, I take that with a grain of salt. It's sort of the boy who cried wolf situation. You're going to keep claiming that public schools are mismanaged, and when they aren't, when they are showing that they've got some money left over, then you believe that they're doing something wrong and they need to be audited and perhaps punishment needs to be doled out. Which is it? Are they mismanaging their funds or are they managing their funds too well? This state legislature is going to find something wrong with every public school district they can until they are all wiped out. That is exactly what the goal is here. So when I hear that the state legislature is mad about the school, I go, of course you are. That's like saying, oh, look, a Democrat is mad at President Trump. Of course they are. All right, your son didn't ask for it, but social media gave it to him anyway. Crash course in toxic masculinity. What it's doing to his mental health is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. So imagine that you look outside and you see that strange haze, that darkness in the sky. I was doing that last night. Saw that lightning. I'm in the rental and it's got like cruddy windows in there. So the lightning starts flashing and I see all the
like that builder grade stuff.
Yeah, it's like warped windows. And you know what? I should take a picture of it because I have like the seal is hanging on the outside of my window. It's just dangling. My landlord sucks, won't fix it.
But it's possible to be doing way better with your windows, isn't it?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that, Joe.
I didn't ask it. I kind of threw it out there.
You anyway.
I teed you up.
With Advanced Window Products, you've got a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, which means no middleman markups. And since Advanced Window Products makes your windows right here in the Valley, they can guarantee those windows for life. No more warping, no more reflections of chipping and grossness in the window, no more dangling seals outside. Advanced Window Products takes care of you with local installers, and the people who work there are your neighbors. They're not fly-by-night guys coming in from Ohio to try to sell you something they're going to ship in from North Carolina. You're talking about people making windows right here. Call Advanced Window Products at 480-764-2002 and start enjoying your view. And if you call right now, you save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more as part of their fall sale. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. I want to be nice to people. I want to take care of people. And that's the big thing I look at. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. I never say no. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty.
You hire veterans specifically to make sure that they know that they're loved and that they have a job if they want one. Can you talk about your dedication first to hiring veterans and what your mindset is behind it?
At the end of the day, it's not about moving. It's not about anything else. It's about taking care of our military and our veterans and just giving back. And that's the biggest key.
What message do you send your teams when they go out into the field and they represent your company?
The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Let's go. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm Heidi Hommel. U.S. Senators Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego confronted Speaker of the House Mike Johnson on Capitol Hill earlier this week about swearing in Adelita Grijalva.
The Democratic representative won her district special election 2 weeks ago. Political analyst Chuck Todd tells Arizona's Morning News while these Capitol Hill disputes are becoming more common, not swearing in Adelita Grijalva is unusual.
This is a strange decision by Johnson. This is completely unprecedented what he's doing by postponing the swearing in. I assume she gets sworn in on Monday.
Johnson has said she has not been sworn in because of the shutdown and the House not being in session. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
You can listen to the full conversation on Arizona's Morning News podcast found at KTAR.com. The Maricopa Association of Governments reports a rise in Valley seniors experiencing domestic violence. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell you more.
Yeah, Heidi, according to the association, Arizona's Adult Protective Services has already seen more allegations of elder abuse this year than all of 2024. Director of the Doves program at nonprofit Area Agency on Aging, Sydney Patterson, explains.
Many of them have just suffered the abuse from childhood on. However, what we hear from our direct clients is that they just finally had enough.
She urges Arizonans to be a listening ear and find ways to help a senior if they say they're being isolated, abused, or controlled.
It's supposed to be respected and offer you the information and the history that we strive for.
Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
We've already seen some overnight storms, and there's more in the forecast today. Meteorologist Jorge Torres with our TV partners at ABC 15 tells Arizona's Morning News which areas could get hit the hardest.
So numerous flash floods are likely for areas around, we're going to say Prescott, Sedona, up toward Flagstaff, and Payson too, where we could see several inches of rain, 2 to 3 inches, and even potentially localized higher amounts in a few spots.
A flood watch is in effect for most of Arizona today and tomorrow. Arizona continues to be at the center of semiconductor research and manufacturing in the country, and ASU is playing a major role with its brand new Materials to Fab Center.
It's a shared lab space in which both ASU faculty and students, as well as applied materials researchers, as well as other industry partners, and really do cutting-edge research and development.
Sally Morton, Vice President of Knowledge Enterprise at ASU, says students will be trained on the latest and greatest microchip producing tools, which will help them compete for jobs within the industry after they graduate. It's time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's October 10th, and back on this day in 1987, Whitesnake's Here I Go Again topped the music charts. Here I go again on my own. Picture it, the 80s. Big, long metal hair, leather biker jackets, tight jeans, and the popular song by the English hard rock group Whitesnake swept the country. But what most people remember about the song is its saucy video, with actress Tawny Kitaen wearing a white number while she's flipping and cartwheeling across the hoods of two Jaguars. It's one of the most iconic music videos from the 80s, and if you haven't seen it, spend a few moments on YouTube today. The video is mostly unchoreographed. They simply parked the cars side by side and blasted the song and ran the cameras as Kitaen improvised. After Here I Go Again became such a massive hit, directors and record companies came to the conclusion that fast cars and beautiful women were the winning combo. And it all started when Whitesnake's Here I Go Again topped the charts back on this day in 1987.
Let's take it to the streets and see how those fast cars are doing out there with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Phoenix with a crash on the right shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound at near 7th Street. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, State Route 51 northbound near Bethany Home Road. And a quick look at our surface streets. Chandler with a crash involving a pedestrian on Colorado Road and Elliott Road. This report is brought to you by Connecticut Water System. Get the world's most efficient water softener, the Connecticut Premier Q850 from Aquazona. Call 602-910-6570 or go to aquazona.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
There's some rainstorms moving through Wickenburg, a 50% chance for more rain throughout the valley today. Today's high is going to get up to 92 degrees. The overnight low will cool off to 76. A high of only 88 degrees tomorrow on Saturday with a 60% chance for more thunderstorms. It's 91 degrees in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Heidi Hommel on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thank you so much for being a part of the program. As always, it is our honor that you would spend time with us, that you would choose us. Oh my gosh. Joe, what did they tell us about the cameras?
That they're always on?
Yeah, so I have the stream up in here, and I see that when it came back, it was you with your finger in your mouth, picking something out of your teeth, and then you ate it.
Yeah, it was a piece of licorice.
Oh, my gosh. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Weren't you in the class? This wasn't training 2 weeks ago?
Yes, we had to do training about this.
What was the one thing they said?
The cameras are always on.
And don't be caught
eating and picking your face.
I didn't pick my face.
You literally picked your face.
No, it was my tooth. My face
Pablo
would be like...
Come get your nose. Nope. Pablo's... Pablo doesn't have a hazmat suit. He's not coming in today.
No speak. No. Yeah, Pablo, get in here with some floss. Let's go.
Yeah. Have you noticed? You haven't said anything. I mean,
you getting hives again?
No.
Farmer's tan?
Look at that.
Oh, please.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Oh, you think you're all big manly man? You got nothing on Broomhead.
I'm so macho.
Dude, he was trying to macho out on me this morning.
I like that our digital just zoomed the camera in on that. Look at that. Oh.
You think you are, Hulk Hogan?
No. I'm part of the warrior class.
Oh, like the Ultimate Warrior.
No.
Oh.
I'm a warrior class.
Oh.
I know because I went online and they told me so. They said that I needed to be more macho. In fact, I'm working really hard to be alpha.
Says the guy who was a theater major?
Alpha theater major. Somebody's got to play daddy. That's right.
Yeah.
Look, I learned my lesson. The internet told me I shouldn't have done that. The internet told me I should have gone to school to be like a gym bro.
Yeah, it seems like you're not really comfortable in your shoes.
Did you see that this is what's happening with the youngins?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nearly 3/4 of boys that are adolescents are regularly fed digital masculinity content. So fight videos, muscle worship, hustle culture, and how to be real men tutorials.
Mm-hmm.
And none of that includes actually processing emotion, dealing with feelings, trying to grow as an individual. It's all about
being a manly man.
Yeah. Basically, all your WWE steroid jacked guys.
Sack up and deal with it.
Yeah.
Don't cry.
Side note, I also think that I
You hurt yourself.
hurt myself flexing for the camera.
Sounds about right.
All of a sudden, I'm like, why am I so
Come on,
sore
you're
right
such a
here?
manly man over there. Yeah, check out my biceps.
We've had Michael Klinkner on before. He's a licensed clinical therapist, and he's joining us right now. And I don't know how I feel about this, Michael. I'm a little bit torn because I do think that there is something about being a teenage boy. I mean, boys are wired a little bit different. I mean, when we're 5, we pick up sticks and we hit things, and when we're 13, we love WWE, and that's fun, and that's pretty great, right? But I mean, when it comes to the digital content, is it not giving us the right balance? Are there concerns that I should have as a parent?
Yes. The concerns are going to be, because you're right, growing up, it was about sticks and mud and sports, even even potentially some video games, like those sort of things.
Yeah.
And all that stuff is like great. It's great to be masculine that way. But the messages that the teen and tweens are getting is the idea about it's about muscle worship, and I get why anybody would worship your muscles exactly, but
yeah.
it's the
Thank you.
it's creating a sense of body image issues. Oftentimes they'll sneak into the kids' feed around the idea like, hey, we have some ideas about how to like clear up skin. Which as a teenager or like a tween, you're going to be really worried about because we all go through those tough times. But then it's this message of, like you said, the hustle culture, and then ends up being a lot about how to treat women, what a woman's role is supposed to be. It's all about just making money. It's all about just being better than everyone else. And that's not the same message of masculinity as sticks and sports and playing in the mud.
Let's I'd like to just kind of divide a couple of those things you said and start back with like the algorithm feeding them things about like clear skin and that kind of stuff. I mean, how is that different than advertising that runs during Saturday morning cartoons that's about Barbies and things like that? I mean, that's just targeted marketing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But then it's the message afterwards. So there's been no overt advertising from Barbie around the idea of, hey, little girl, your body isn't good enough. I'm very understanding of those messages can come across. We're talking about eventual overt messaging about how this is this is what you need to do. These are the things you need to buy because your body isn't good enough. And those are really hard messages for me as a 50-year-old to get those things coming through my feed, let alone trying to process it when I'm 14 or 15 and super insecure about my body anyway. And then they're going to tell me that it's not good enough and then try to sell me on some things.
Talking with our licensed family therapist, Michael Klinkner. Michael, when you deal with this, how do you counsel kids and parents? What do you tell them to do about it? And how often do you find that this is coming up with, young boys who come in and are sitting down to speak with you?
Yeah, it's coming up a lot. And so it's really hard. So the messaging for the boys, the young men, is going to be, when you see that stuff, you just have to scroll through it fast. You have to reteach your algorithm about that stuff, not things that you're interested in, which is also really hard. Again, it's really targeted things that can be really sneaky. Those people really know what they're doing. So for parents, a couple of key messages are going to be, you have to talk to your kids about digital masculinity. It's not if they've seen it, it's how much they've seen it and what the effect is having on them. An easy way to do that is if your teen or tween doesn't want to talk about those things, then talk about what are your friends seeing? How's it affecting your friends? How's it coming up around you? Because if it's around their friends, you can infer what's happening to them and then have those conversations. Also teach them to question what they see. Just because it's coming across doesn't mean it's true. You have to consider the source. You have to consider why it's showing up. You have to help them work through about what are reasonable resources as far as information and walk them through those things. And these are conversations you have to have over and over and over again. Last thing I'm working with the parents on, help them build connections offline. whatever that looks like. Because so much of what happens here too is because men, tween boys, they're feeling more and more isolated. This is a whole thing. And so those digital communities can really feed them a sense of connection and to be part of something. And so whatever the things they're into, whether it's sports, whether it's esports, whether it's just like getting out in the park and having a day with their friends, help them build those actual in real life connections. It's going to really diminish how affected they can be by the online masculinity stuff.
I want to zero in on one of your first pieces of advice. You said scroll through this fast. Why is it showing up in the first place in your experience? Who is hoping that this digitally masculine material is finding, 11 to 17-year-old boys?
Well, it's going to be because there's something to sell. So it's going to be, I'm going to pay for my Google ad to go to the top, or I'm going to pay for it to show up on your algorithm. And so whether I have a supplement to sell, whether I have a workout plan to sell, whether I have a podcast to sell, or even my YouTube channel, if I can get you on those things and I can get you coming back and hitting like and hitting subscribe, this is all just there's something to sell so that person can make money.
Michael Klinkner is our licensed clinical therapist. We're talking about the tweens, the teens, adolescent boys who are being inundated with signals of what masculinity should look like. And oftentimes is done with a capitalist motive, not necessarily trying to give solid advice to that youngster. But when you're talking with kids, or parents for that matter, there has to be some sort of balance, doesn't there? I mean, you don't want to overcorrect. You don't want the kid to assuage anything that is perfectly normal for a young boy to feel. Like we were talking about little boys hitting things with sticks and throwing mud and that kind of stuff. I mean, it's all the stuff that we did. We don't necessarily want them to overcorrect and say, oh, I don't want to play football, it's too masculine, if they want to play football.
Right. Oh, absolutely. That's a really good point. There is some amount of nuance to this. And so as you're having that conversation about what are you seeing, how it's affecting you, then you get to have the conversations around, as a parent, what of those things do I believe is true? It could be that I'm really into fitness and taking care of your body and diet, and maybe even supplements are important, and that's a good message. But treating women negatively, putting other people down, being sort of that stereotypical alpha for the sake of making other people feel bad, then you get to talk about those aspects aren't great. And then you also get to talk about, again, the reason for those communications coming forward. They're not trying to help you. They're not there for your betterment. It's the idea that they're trying to sell you something. So, okay, kiddo, how do we see through those things?
He's our licensed clinical therapist, talking about what your son, young ages 11 to 17 years old, is really seeing on social media. And Chris, if people check out the YouTube video right now, I like that Michael is seated on the couch for us. It makes me feel like
you're in session?
Like we just kind of got a counseling session ourselves.
Yeah,
I feel very warm and fuzzy.
And we should also point out that Michael's looking jacked today.
No, definitely.
That's very good. All right, Michael, I'm afraid that's our time for this week, and we hope that we get you back on again very soon, my friend.
Thank you guys so much for having me. I always appreciate it.
All right, Michael Klinkner, licensed clinical therapist, talking about your kid's masculinity. Your boss just ordered burlap sacks and water balloons. Not a prank. It is your next team building event. It seems like the adolescence is extending into adulthood. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
But first, time to play Duck, Duck, Goose with Heidi Hommel and the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
Coming up on 317, I'm Heidi Hommel, and this is what you need to know right now. The U.S. Small Business Administration has approved a disaster declaration following recent flooding in Gila County. The move will provide support for small businesses, nonprofits, and residents who continue to recover from the floods that took place between September 25th and 27th. More rain is expected in the area this weekend. No one was seriously hurt after a plane flipped over early this afternoon at Deer Valley Airport. The Phoenix Fire Department tells us it happened just after 12:30. The pilot was able to get out without any assistance and declined a trip to the hospital. The cause of the crash is now being looked at by federal investigators. A Phoenix police officer is recovering after suffering minor injuries in a hit-and-run crash early this morning. It happened just before 1 a.m. in the area of 7th Avenue and Indian School Road. The suspected hit-and-run driver was located a short time later and taken into custody. She should face a number of charges, including DUI. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Just in, Phoenix with debris spotted on the left-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near Scottsdale Road. Peoria with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near 91st Avenue. And Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near 7th Street. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and a massive amount of rain hits the valley from Hurricane Priscilla. Multi-day flood threat will tell you where the highest flood threat will be across the valley. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. We start at 4.
Shout out to our friends in Santan Valley. You guys are fantastic when you're listening to Santan Valley. I just think you're the best. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Imagine you're going to work and things are getting a little stressy. We've had some stressy times at the station. Sometimes you got, budget season comes around, things get a little stressy, right? There was a time that would mean the employees would get together and go do a happy hour. Or maybe the boss says, hey, this has been a really stressful couple of weeks. You guys did a great job on that project. I'm going to have lunch catered on Friday, right?
Love it.
That's the kind of thing you might see.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
No.
Now we've decided field day in the office is the new thing.
Really?
Yeah, field day is back.
I kind of like this.
You do?
A little bit.
I don't know that I do.
This seems right up your alley. I can picture Chris Merrill frolicking in a field, just waiting to own some people in kickball or flag football or participate in a potato sack race or whatever the heck else we're doing. This seems like the stuff you would love.
Okay, let me nuance this a little bit. This is something I don't think is a great idea, but if somebody made the decision, I would give it 100% buy-in and try.
You don't think it's a great idea?
No.
Why?
Well, first of all, you're trying to force fun on your employee. Like, come on, everyone, we're going to have fun at work. No. Work is a 4-letter word. Okay?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you shouldn't, enjoy your job.
I
you
feel
should.
like work is fun, what I come in and do with you.
Right. So.
But I don't want to put on a potato sack and trot around.
Let's not manufacture fun.
Yeah.
Is my thing. Right? So let's not try to manufacture fun. Sack races, egg spoon relays, human knots, all this kind of stuff. It feels forced. And I'm not a big fan of forced fun, especially at work. If I want to have fun with my coworkers, we'll get together outside of work and we'll decide what is fun. But again, if HR said we're going to do this, I'd say, okay, I'm going to make the best of it, and I'm certainly not going to do anything to try to bring anybody else down.
You would be great at this.
Well, I'm very competitive on stupid things. That's why I would be great at it. That's like egg and spoon race. I would train. I would go buy a burlap sack and hop around to try to figure out if there was a better technique.
Let's be honest, you'd probably hurt yourself.
100%. Yes, absolutely would. I'm not so sure that I'm into that whole forced fun thing.
I'm not into forced fun, but if this was not mandatory and it was a voluntary sort of thing, I could see it being okay.
But if it's voluntary, then isn't that cutting? I mean, they're like, okay, here are your options. We're going to do this field day, right? We're going to do these sack races, 3-legged races, horse race. This is going to be great. You can opt in, or you can be a sourpuss about it.
No. For instance, a couple of years ago, they sponsored a 5K team.
Yeah.
And I ran in the 5K. That's something that you would never do.
But that's not something that's like mandatory.
No, and I'm saying that this wouldn't be mandatory either in my work.
This is like work hours, though. So your option is you can work, or you can go enjoy time outside, and play. See what I mean?
Yes, I do. To me, it would not be done during work hours.
It's sort of like corporate retreats. Like, come on, everyone, we're going to go on. We're going to take your weekend together, and we're all going to have fun on this mandatory corporate retreat where you don't get to decide how you spend your weekend time. We get to decide how you spend your weekend.
We're going to have some great icebreakers, and there's going to be a ropes course.
I just do not care about this at all. And what's the payoff? That's the other thing. What's the payoff? Does it build camaraderie, or does it create cliques?
Both.
Right? Because now
Definitely.
we've got basically you're creating the jock class.
Yeah.
And then you're creating the Joe class.
Excuse me?
No, I mean, I'm sure
you think I couldn't.
I'm sure you'd be great at it.
Guarantee you.
I mean, I'm sure you'd be
100%.
fantastic.
See, now you made it personal.
No, I think you'd be
I
really
100.
good.
See, no, you
I'm sure you'd be
you just
fine.
got chesty.
No,
I
I'm
was
sure-
not
I'm sure
going
you'd be
there.
really super.
I was hyping you up, saying you'd be good at these things. But now I guarantee you
I'm sure you'd
that
be
if
great.
we picked a number of these things,
I bet you'd be
I
wonderful.
would beat you.
I
You
bet-
don't need me.
I would take-
You don't need to tell me I'd be wonderful.
I would
know.
take blind David from your ASU econ class before I would pick you for my flag football team. Unbelievable.
You know that just about anything cardio, I would school you.
When was the last time there was any cardio in field day?
You got a sack race? How do you think you get from one side to the
It's
other?
not that far. This is not an endurance. Sack races are not endurance races.
Yeah, it takes brains
You know
too,
what?
bud.
You know what? That's
Yeah.
it. I'm calling HR, and we're doing field day, first event, individual medley relay. Everybody in the pool.
That's not fair to Joe.
I can run, right?
Wait, what do you mean it's not fair to Joe?
Who said we have to swim?
What do you mean it's not fair to Joe?
Yeah, well.
Didn't he just say he was a...
That's cardio.
That's
Last time I trained.
cardio.
Swimming is the
Wait,
hardest
hold
cardio.
on.
Didn't he say he would beat me in any cardio event?
Some, like he
Whoa,
smoked
whoa,
you or
where
something
is
like that.
field day involved the pool?
No, this is
Yeah.
all outdoor activities now.
No, it's field day. I think we should have team.
Joe, why wouldn't you be able to keep up with me?
Well, I can't swim, but anytime you want to go for a little jog, just let me know. Team Merrill versus Team Huizenga, though. I think we should make this a thing. I guarantee you, my team would take no
I'm
prisoners.
starting to rethink my objections to it now.
Uh-huh.
Actually, that would be really fun.
Uh-huh.
That would be a fun radio bit.
Yeah.
I don't think HR
And
would
since
go
you're
for
so confident that, that my team would be the Joes.
Hey, wait a minute. Are we...
I get first pick, too.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
We're in budget season. Can we talk to the boss about that? I love this idea now. Now that you're talking about it, this would be
I'll bring it up at the
fun.
next Fun Ketos meeting.
Yeah, will you do that?
I'm a Fun Keto, part of the group that forces fun on
Yes.
everyone
Yeah.
in the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can be Team Joe or Team Merrill, Heidi.
I say we pick playground style. So whoever gets to pick first, we'll flip a coin.
No, I
and-
get to pick first because Chris already said my team is the loser team.
And
so-
I get to pick the first sport.
Okay.
Great.
Swimming. Imagine going
I'll
to
have
work.
somebody else swim.
Imagine,
I'll have a proxy.
of course. Imagine going to work and your closest coworker wants you to relive one of your most shameful moments in front of an entire office.
Mm-hmm.
No, the entire company. No, wants you to shame yourself in front of the entire metro and put it on the record for all of eternity. Welcome to life with Joe Huizenga. You're going to hear him do me dirty in our headline volley next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The federal government shutdown. When will it end? How will Arizona be affected?
House Democrats say they're willing to pass a standalone bill to ensure pay for troops during the shutdown. If Congress doesn't reopen the government by October 15th, it'll be the first time in modern history that service members go without pay because of a shutdown.
Stay with Arizona's news station for breaking news about the federal government shutdown on 92.3, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and the KTAR YouTube channel.
At the Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to know you, offering affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I'm Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Pierce Kenworthy. Doctor, can you tell us about the new services recently introduced at the Eye Institute?
We are thrilled to have a whole new laser refractive suite here, including 2 fully functioning lasers, the Visimax 800, very helpful for performing LASIK, which is what most people hear about, but there's some others as well, including PRK, photorefractive keratectomy, and a newer type of refractive surgery called SMILE, which stands for small incision lenticular extraction. What that means to say is it's a much smaller part of the cornea being removed and still achieving the same effect to change the patient's prescription by changing the shape of the cornea.
Experience the Midwestern difference in vision care, adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye treatment, and ophthalmology services. Conveniently located in Glendale near 59th Avenue in Utopia. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
Ready to order.
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. I'm Heidi Hommel. Israel and Hamas have agreed on a ceasefire and have started taking steps toward releasing hostages. Political analyst Chuck Todd tells Arizona's Morning News President Trump's bullying negotiation style helped with this deal.
There aren't other presidents who would have been comfortable engaging the way Trump engaged. So this was a unique situation.
He says people need to give it time to see if the peace will last and expects dramatic changes in Middle Eastern politics after the war. Illinois' Democratic senators say they're being prevented from inspecting immigration and customs enforcement facilities in the state. Speaking outside the ICE facility in Broadview today, Senator Dick Durbin said he believes ICE is trying to hide poor conditions inside the facilities.
Something's going on in there that they don't want us to see. I don't know what it is, but all Americans should be asking the same question. What is it? Can you justify it under the Constitution?
The annual Datos report was released by the Arizona Hispanic Chamber, showing growing concern for Latino businesses. Monica Villalobos, CEO of the AZ Hispanic Chamber, tells the Mike Broomhead Show why there is growing fear.
A lot of the current immigration policy is being staged in business parking lots, right? And so even the threat of, even if you haven't done anything wrong, there is a concern.
She says this hurts the economy because less people are showing up for work and shopping. Last week, Cardinals fans watched in dismay as the Tennessee Titans overcame a 21-6 deficit, scoring 16 unanswered points and winning the game. Arizona Sports' Tyler Drake joined Arizona's Morning News to give us a stat that makes the Titans' win against the Cardinals just that much more unbelievable.
There was 1.8% chance for the Titans to win the game, I think, in the fourth quarter at some point.
The Cardinals hope to rebound off that loss this week as they face off against the Indianapolis Colts. You can catch the game live on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Just in Phoenix, we have a crash block in the left lane on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 24th Street. Avondale with a crash block in the left lane on-ramp from 91st Avenue to the I-10 Popco Freeway westbound. Tempe with a crash on the right shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. This report is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Chance for some more rain later this evening. A high of 92 degrees today, and the overnight low will cool off to 76. And those thunderstorms will continue throughout the weekend. It's 93 degrees in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Heidi Hommel on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And every day at 3:30, right after our 3:30 Look at News, check on traffic with Freeway Enrique. We touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Hey.
Your turn there, bucko.
Yeah, exactly. Just remember how the show started there, Grumpy. Arizona State Senator Corrine Warner continues to have people calling for her resignation. She's a member of the Scottsdale Unified School District Governing Board, also a member of the Arizona legislature. And she allegedly was caught on a hot mic referring to a district employee as morbidly obese and, quote, chubs. Chris, two-parter. Should Warner have to resign or publicly apologize? And I want to know, what's the worst thing you've said and come to regret, regardless of if it was on air or not?
Why would you give me that question?
Well, it's not like you've said bad things.
No, I
before.
have. That's why you're asking what is the worst thing I've said.
Oh, well.
I've said some pretty bad things.
Like?
Well, let's go back to the first one.
Uh-huh.
Should she have to resign or publicly apologize? When she says should she have to?
Yeah.
What do you mean by have to? You mean like
so the public
is it in her best interest?
The public is calling for her to either resign or publicly apologize. I think a public apology
I think that's appropriate.
Would be a good move here, but she so far has not been willing to do that.
Well, I think that would be appropriate, but we are also in the world of double down.
Show no weakness.
Exactly. So we're in that world right now. So if she apologizes, then she's going to be viewed as being
weak.
Exactly.
Let's get to the good part now.
Yeah, I forgot the second part. Okay, off to you.
Well, the worst thing you've said and come to regret, regardless of if it was on the air or not.
But this is embarrassing.
No, I'm sure you moved on past it, and I bet you learned from it.
I did.
You probably did apologize.
I don't know if I did or not.
Okay, well, you regretted it.
I do regret it.
Okay, so then you can share it freely.
So,
and it was probably a long time ago, too.
It was. Are you familiar with punching down?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're not, punching down is when you're picking on somebody that is
really can't defend themselves.
Yeah, marginalized class, something like that. Karen Warner was punching down at somebody for their weight. Like she's calling them chubs and that kind of stuff.
It was a hot mic moment.
Yeah. She shouldn't have done that. That's punching down. Okay. So I had a similar situation where the mayor, I was in San Diego at the time, and the mayor of San Diego was, he kept having accusation after accusation after accusation of harassment at work. And so it was like, oh, we get this one. Now we get this one. Now we get this one. And another one comes out. And Gloria Allred called a press conference. And she goes and she shows up with this victim. And we didn't know who this victim number 6 was or whatever the victim was. And this woman came out. And she was older woman in a muumuu, very heavy, and walking with a cane. And she's like, Bob Filner assaulted me, and he tried to kiss me, and he was like, this feels not quite right here.
And
right?
you said something on the air about this?
I did a bit out of it.
Oh.
And I was kind of mocking her.
The victim.
Yeah. And I shouldn't have done that.
Probably not.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that you're going to look down on me now when you ask the question. Joe, what's the worst thing you did that I can tell you were wrong about? I'm telling you, I regret doing the bit now.
I understand.
And I got called out. Local TV station called me out on it, and they they did an interview, and I was like, listen, I thought it was funny at the time. Like, you think that's funny? And I didn't like the journalist who was.
They dragged you on TV.
Yeah,
for this?
I didn't like the journalist. It's like, you think that's funny? Like, whoa, your question sounds like an opinion. You know, so it turned into a thing. Yeah, and I regret it. It was an unforced error. It was unnecessary, and it really made me look like a super jerk. And I didn't need to be that. And but it was.
I think a lot of people misinterpret you as a super jerk.
Yeah, that's fair.
You really just want to hug.
I think it was about 13. Yeah, it was like 13 years ago. So I mean, it's been a while, and I've grown a lot since. And I'd like to think I've gotten better at my job since then too.
That's good.
I exercise
now you're
a little
only
better
a super
judgment.
jerk
Not always.
once in a while.
Stop it. How about you, Joe? Like we always do with these questions. How about you?
So it's more so off air. Just language that I would not use anymore. In particular, the R word. I would not use that anymore.
Okay.
Tried to scrub that from my vocabulary, and I've learned a lot of lessons.
Did you call somebody the R word?
I would just throw it around flippantly. And I don't feel that way anymore. And there was another gentleman, ironically, the same person who Gatos brought up in a story yesterday, who was just annoying. He could be very annoying. And I made a comment on the air one time about how he handled a story. And then I made a religious remark as well, which I wish I would not have.
Yeah. You want to elaborate on that?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I do not.
Pablo, is there tape of this incident somewhere?
Pablo doesn't.
I'm on it. I'm looking for it.
Pablo doesn't.
Was I working here at the time?
It didn't happen here.
Oh.
I know people in the other building. I'll give them a call.
You do?
It happened a long.
You came from over there. Huh?
We're talking 20 years ago. So.
That's all right. This is.
You know what? No regrets here.
No
I ain't
regrets.
taking back nothing.
No,
Nothing.
but here's the thing. It wasn't on the air. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Our own award-winning KTAR newsroom just ran a story about Arizona State University's Mariachi Ensemble, which meets every week, bringing together community members and students as they connect with their roots and Hispanic culture. You can see the story at KTAR.com. Joe, my question certainly is not nearly as mean as yours.
Mean.
Do you or did you ever play an instrument? And if you did but don't now, why did you give it up?
I did play an instrument.
What'd you play?
I played violin. I thought you knew that.
I don't think I did, or maybe I just ignored you.
That's probably likely.
Par for the course.
I did play violin. I played in the.
I just ignored you. He's told us a lot, Chris.
Yeah. I'm usually pretty good at retaining things. I don't remember you talking about playing the violin, though.
Into
I feel like
high
I would have remembered
school,
that one.
I played it. Not so much as I got into high school, but I played for a year in orchestra there. Before that, did a lot of Suzuki method. I was never great, but I could play decent.
I'm sorry, I don't know what the Suzuki method is, and I don't want to make a lame joke about motorcycles.
It's a classic method to train people to play violin. There's a lot of classic songs, everything from Twinkle Twinkle to. So I know the song. It's called the Bach Double. You probably would recognize it if you heard it, but it's a song by Bach.
I'm familiar with that fella. And I apologize here again.
You're really trying not to punch down on this one.
Not at all.
I know.
I'm genuinely curious about this.
Yeah.
When you say that there's a method of learning violin,
it actually comes up in a Gorillaz song too. You know them also, right?
Okay, but
it's a lot of just classical songs.
But how else would you learn to play violin? I mean, you're reading the same music, you're doing the same fingerings.
There's different ways.
But
to
I don't
teach
understand. That's what I'm asking him to explain. You know what I mean?
I see the smoke coming out the top of your head, Chris.
I learned Suzuki method. I don't know. I'm sure there's different ways to learn it.
But when you say Suzuki method, what does that mean? Like they taught you?
It was this guy named Suzuki. I don't know. Let's Google.
Was it like all scales, or was it chords, or what was the?
Let's see.
I don't understand.
I don't know.
Do you know what I'm? Do you know what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah.
It's like I understand with guitar.
Yeah.
Like some people learn chords, some people learn notes, right? And they learn, but I played the tuba in high school. And
that's a good one.
It was never like, oh, well, you're going to learn the Sousa method. Yeah, you got it. It sounded exactly like that, actually.
There's also, Suzuki piano lessons. This lady has this whole video on it. I don't know.
Every band plays that, don't they?
Yeah,
Hey, baby.
pretty, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, babe. Boom, 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 boom.
See?
Boom, boom. That was me. Yeah.
This was Joe.
I
Right here. Oh, you're
like that.
Suzuki method.
That's
Don Suzuki.
Don Suzuki. Juan Carlos Suzuki.
How to teach Suzuki violin.
Yeah,
There's
what
a
is-
whole article on it.
I'm going to look this up. You got me
Covers
curious about this.
foundational concepts, lesson planning, technique development, and the role of parents.
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
really
learning.
curious. I'm going to learn a little bit more about this.
Yeah.
I'm curious about that. Because
so-
I didn't play string instruments. I played brass.
And I
it was
tried
like,
to go to the
here's-
site, and I
here's the
got
note.
this. It's unsafe.
Oh, the site is unsafe. Click on this and you're going to get fired is what it says.
So I never felt like I was great at reading music, things like that. So
okay.
I would not say that Suzuki method was fantastic.
So you
for
kind of
that.
feel like you topped out and that's why you stopped?
No, I started playing a lot of other sports and
okay.
things.
All right.
I got into ice dancing. I was a phenomenal figure skater. Mm-hmm.
Are you being serious right now?
I can figure skate. Yeah.
Did you do ice dancing?
Figure skating. Yeah.
You never told me this. I'm positive you didn't tell me this.
I figure skated.
I definitely would have remembered this part.
There's a lot of pictures of that.
No kidding.
Yeah. I wore tights too, bud.
I'm fascinated by it. I'm not making fun of you for this. I think that's fascinating.
So I played baseball and basketball, but
Well,
yeah.
I knew all that. You never told me you did figure skating.
I did. I could not do the jumping though. I was a
okay.
portly little fellow.
Oh.
So I would do
the
more
ice
of
melts. Could you survive?
I would do more of the spins and the. Yes, it was indoors, Pablo. It was not out on a pond. I didn't have to worry about. See, he punched down right there. See.
A little bit.
Uh-huh.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
I want to see photos of that.
I only
I wanna
have
see some.
photo. I can show you a photo
I would love
or
to
two.
see that. Okay.
Now,
That's
let me
cool.
tell you, they were pretty macho
Do you know
get-ups.
You know why I stopped playing the tuba?
No.
Have you seen the price of a tuba?
Not cheap.
Like I played the tuba. No, they're not cheap. Like
Probably
the cheapest
thousands?
tubas. Yes. And so it was. I played the school's tuba, and then
Wow, $1,000 to $12,000.
oh, there was one back in the '90s that was selling for $15,000 in the Brass and Woodwind catalog, and I'm sure it's far more than that now.
Are you playing the big one that the marching band plays? Okay.
Well, that was a Sousa, so I did the Sousa phone during marching band, and then for concert band, I had the
That's cool.
I had the
Yeah.
larger one. Yeah. Hey, you thought dating was hard before. Now you got to bring a voter registration card to your next hookup. Why your next swipe might depend on how he or she feels about the tax code. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The Phoenix Suns have a new coach, a new GM, and some new young and talented players, but some things remain the same, like D. Book and D. Schwartz. That's Dr. Schwartz for those asking. Yes, the team eye doctor of your Suns is back for his 26th season. While he may not be able to dribble behind his back, he is the most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. So for those of you interested in LASIK surgery, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is offering free consults in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Ready to score big with your finances? Get $350 for opening a new MidFirst checking account. Just visit a branch near you or go online. Plus, register your MidFirst debit or credit card and enter to win the ultimate game day experience with Arizona Athletics. No purchase necessary. The clock's ticking, so don't wait. Win big this season with MidFirst Bank. Visit midfirst.com for details. MidFirst Bank. True to you. Member FDIC.
Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SAIL now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SAIL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot
and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SAIL now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SAIL now.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me. I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore, ugly bars, or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:49, I'm Heidi Hommel, and this is what you need to know right now. Head of the United Nations World Food Program, Cindy McCain, suffered a stroke this week and is now home recovering in Arizona. Vascular Neurology Director at Honor Health, Dr. David Wang, tells KTAR there are nearly 800,000 strokes in the United States every year, making it the leading cause of adult disability and the fifth leading cause of death. The Maricopa Association of Governments says there's an increase in Valley seniors experiencing domestic violence. Arizona's Adult Protective Services has already seen more allegations of elder abuse this year than all of 2024. Cindy Patterson with nonprofit Area Agency on Aging urges Arizonans to be a listening ear and find ways to help if a senior says they're being abused. Governor Katie Hobbs has ordered flags flown at state buildings lowered to half-staff Sunday in memory of Timber Mesa firefighter EMT Glenn Collins. The 46-year-old lost his life in a crash while on his way to work October 3rd. Collins is the third Timber Mesa firefighter to lose his life over the last 3 weeks. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at those roads. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Out in Phoenix, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 43rd Avenue. Phoenix again, crash block in the 3 right lanes, Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 24th Street. And in Tempe, we still have that crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. A quick look at our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 12th Street and Union Hills Drive. This report is brought to you by Primavera Online. Nearly 25 years strong, Primavera offers cutting-edge tuition-free online K-12 education. Choose Primavera.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day, you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
One thing you know about being a homeowner, you get to know every nook and cranny of your home. You know where things are in good shape, you know where they need attention, which means you already know if your windows need replacing. It's just a matter of doing something about it. Hey, Chris Merrill, let me see if I can help you take action on those old, discolored, leaky, noisy, and hot windows. The only window company in Arizona I deal with is Advanced Window Products, and here's why. All of Advanced Windows are made right here in the Valley. Nobody understands our climate and the strain that your windows are under better. They use the best glass in the business, Cardinal glass, and again, made right here in the Valley. There's no middleman. So when you work with Advanced Window Products, you're dealing with the manufacturer. There's no middleman markups. Not to mention, they offer save now, pay later financing as low as $150 a month on approved credit. They build the windows, they install the windows, they guarantee them for life. Call the only company I would let do work on my windows, Advanced Window Products. at 480-764-2002 today and save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more. That's 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002, or advancedwindows.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap. No salt, no regular maintenance, and no plastic. Just fresh filtered water that protects your family and your appliances. So call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
If the federal government shutdown rolls into a third week, what are the specific economic concerns for Arizona? This is Jim Sharp. LaDonna Harvey and I will explore that on Money Monday on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and streaming live on our KTAR YouTube channel. Remember, if you go to the KTAR YouTube channel, just smash that subscribe button. Joining us in the studio right now is Bruce St. James. Bruce the Great.
Bueno.
From Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, a new global study found that nearly half of single women with strong political views, especially those on the far left, would rather stay single than date someone with opposing beliefs. Turns out politics is now a bigger deal breaker than things like height, money, or even romance itself. Why do you suppose that men aren't willing to be lonely rather than sacrifice their politics?
Hormones? I don't know. I think what's the term? Beggars can't be choosers. I saw this study. I think it's interesting. We're actually going to touch on it a little bit later. Didn't we used to have opposites attract? Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like that's a thing anymore.
No, but I
don't remember
think
politics
in this case,
ever being the thing you discussed when you were like dating somebody and
not really
thinking about dating somebody.
I think we're at this point where politics has become more of an identity than it ever has before.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it used to be like religion was your biggest identifying right belief, but now I feel like politics is. And I also feel like we've drifted further away from the middle. You could lean left and then still get along with somebody on the right, but now I feel like you are. If it's your identity, then you are fully entrenched.
Right. You don't talk to them. You don't hang out with them. You don't go to the same restaurants. You don't drive the same car. You don't watch the same TV networks. It's really bizarre.
It absolutely
but
is.
yeah, I do think this is also part of the lonely men, the incels, this, that, and the other. You kind of painted yourselves into a corner here.
A little bit.
The girls aren't going to put up with it.
So you are talking a little bit about this kind of stuff today, and then what else do you have? Do you have anything off the top of your head?
Matt Salmon is in for Gatos today.
Oh, no kidding. I love him.
Former Congressman Salmon. And I think it's good. And I got to tell you, one of the things I'm interested in is talking to him about, for lack of better terms, how the sausage is made. When we talk about government shutdowns, I mean, he literally...
Yeah, he was there.
Was multi-term congressman.
Yeah.
Knows exactly what's going on there. And I'm going to have him explain it to me kind of like Schoolhouse Rock level.
Ooh,
okay? Because I need it. If he sings it, even better. Don't get me wrong. I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. But I do need him to explain it to me as if I'm an idiot and try to understand how long this is going to last and what are the pressure points.
Okay.
What does make crack?
Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos starts right up at 4 o'clock. Joe Heising, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again Monday at 2. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Right now, receive up to a $25 O'Reilly gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Fall is back, and it's time to check your plumbing. Water heater not keeping up? Drain clogged? Don't let small issues become big expenses. This October only, enjoy a free service call, 10% off repairs, and $59 drain clearing specials when you mention Gatos. Howard Air and Plumbing. They've been Arizona's trusted plumbing and HVAC experts since 1977. Whether replace or repair, call today. 602-953-2766 or schedule online, howardair.com.
He's a world arm wrestling champion, Michael Todd.
I'm globally known as Monster Michael Todd. I'm 52 years old. I've won 23 world titles and 36 national titles.
This tough guy never backs down, but a horrible bicep injury almost ended his career. Enter QC Kinetics and life-changing regenerative treatments.
Most people thinking that I'd never be able to compete again. Within 8 months, I became number 5 overall in the world. Now I'm marching towards that number 1 spot.
So how did he do it?
I'm a big regenerative medicine kind of guy. Once I found out about QC Kinetics, I wanted to try their protocol.
Those treatments use a patient's own orthobiologics concentrated and placed into the troubled area to help heal and restore the damage. No scalpels or harmful meds, just long-term relief.
QC Kinetics definitely have helped me be able to live this dream and be able to do what I want to do and continue to do it for a lot more years.
When the others say, time for surgery, you're finished. Not so fast. Call QC Kinetics. The consultation's totally free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 4:01. I'm Heidi Hommel in for Becky Lynn. Washington, D.C. is experiencing an upheaval with federal firings and final paychecks. Here's ABC's Christiane Cordero on the fallout from the week-and-a-half-long government shutdown.
Democrats are blaming House Speaker Mike Johnson for sending House Republicans home this week. And House Republicans are saying that we had a continuing resolution that had the bare bones to keep the lights on at the Capitol, and Democrats refused to acknowledge that. So there's no doubt that every tick of the clock now is getting more consequential. This is the last paycheck that federal workers expect to receive until the government is back open. And even that is a partial paycheck reflecting their work through September 30th.
And they were never allowed to go out if they were hungry.
A Valley nonprofit says elder abuse in the Valley is rising. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center with the details.
The same trend is being reported by the Maricopa Association of Government. Sydney Patterson with local nonprofit Area Agency on Aging explains how elder abuse can be different than domestic violence in general.
They are in a vulnerable situation and unable to possibly care for themselves, actually be able to report it. And that's how we determine between the two.
She adds many seniors don't know how to get assistance or know that it's out there, but emphasizes you can help.
Be the listening ear. Just sit there and listen and offer the resources. Believe them when they say that they are being isolated or being hurt and abused.
Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
We've already seen some heavy rainfall across the valley, and there is more on the way. The risk for substantial rain and dangerous conditions will continue to increase throughout the day and into the weekend.
The rainfall amounts are likely to vary just depending on where things line up, where the heaviest showers are focused. But there will be potential for some flooding impacts from all of this.
That's Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service. He says a lot of the heaviest showers are expected to the north and east of Phoenix coming later this evening. Some areas could see up to 3 inches of rain. A flood watch remains in effect through Saturday. The widow of late Senator John McCain has suffered a second stroke. Cindy McCain had a stroke in 2004 and another one this week. Vascular neurology director at Honor Health, Dr. David Wang, explains there is a 25% chance stroke survivors will have a second stroke in their lifetime, with the highest risk in the first year of the initial stroke.
Even though sometimes with all these good treatment or prevention around, and people may still have another one. But 20-some years later, have another recovery event is kind of rare.
She's home in Arizona recovering, but plans to return to Rome in 4 to 6 weeks to continue her role as the head of the United Nations World Food Program. Traffic and weather now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Out in Tolson, we have a crash on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 91st Avenue. Chandler with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp on Loop 202 Santan Freeway eastbound near Cooper Road. In Phoenix, we still have that crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 43rd. And then Phoenix again, we still have that crash blocking the 3 right lanes on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 24th Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy skies today with an overnight low of 76. Our chance for thunderstorms will increase overnight into the weekend. It's 86 degrees in Surprise. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Heidi Hommel on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Our #1. I have a good feeling about our #1 because Matt Salmon is in. Hit the second button on the bottom right, bottom left, bottom over there.
There we go.
Yes!
I'm here.
You're here.
I'm here.
Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. Thank you for being here.
Hey, good to be here.
Appreciate it. All right. So we got a lot to cover today. A lot going on in the world. I got to tell you, the weather is turning a little frightful out there.
It is. And it's going to get more.
I think we're expecting...
Tomorrow we're going to get the brunt of it.
Yeah. And so when I heard that there were issues at Sky Harbor, I'm like, well, is this weather related?
I don't think it's completely weather related.
No, it turns out that
I think a lot of the air traffic controllers are calling in sick.
Well, and yeah, so that is happening not just here,
all
by
over
the way.
Country.
Yeah, as of right now, and this was a few minutes ago, looks like Sky Harbor is experiencing about 45-minute delays from most flights.
Well, if you weren't getting paid, do you think that might make you a little sick?
Yeah, well, and that's kind of a thing, isn't it? Like, how often do you show up for work if you're not getting paid? Like the romance goes out of every job on payday.
Yeah, I mean, no, I just like to work because it makes you a better person.
Okay, yeah. No. We're finding out that this is happening at
airports around the country, and also these centers. You know, if you can imagine, there's centers around the country that help hand planes off between major cities and all
Everything is buggered up.
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, you've got the air traffic controllers and also, the people that check in when you go through the metal detectors.
Yeah.
The TSA.
Well, I haven't seen a slowdown yet or the calling in sick for the TSA people. But that could happen soon because they're about to get their last check.
Right. And from what I read this morning, the military probably won't get their checks after October 15th.
We're going to get to that as well. Yeah. So I have a question. Do you think that these, what do we call them, sick outs? I don't know. Is this coordinated? Because the staffing shortages are like jumping around the country, and it makes me wonder. The union, whatever, they're on a WhatsApp group, and they're just saying like, okay, you guys take today. You guys all going to get a cold today.
Well, I'm going to confide something in you.
Oh, boy.
So I was supposed to be on a flight midweek.
Okay.
And when I read about all the different air traffic controllers calling in sick, I called in sick.
Really?
And I decided not to fly. And I'm not going to chance it.
Okay, so you were concerned about safety.
I was.
Okay, interesting.
I was.
Yeah.
And I told my wife, I'm not flying. I'm not stupid.
As all the people driving to Sky Harbor right now are the ones that have flights this weekend. So some of the big places right now, Chicago O'Hare has issues. Washington Reagan has issues. Newark, et cetera, et cetera. Some of the big hubs, if you will, we're seeing slowdowns. And again, anybody who understands kind of how air travel works is if Chicago, when they have a snowstorm, your flights in Phoenix get delayed because your plane is sitting on the ground in Chicago.
That's right. They're coming from somewhere.
Yeah, they all come from somewhere.
Right.
And so we see that, and we're getting more and more of that out there. So listen, we have, again, over a dozen FAA facilities are seeing slowdowns, if you will, sick outs. I don't know what you call it. And I don't think it gets better, right?
No, and we don't. And from what I'm understanding, I think we dig in for a long shutdown.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
From everything that I'm seeing right now, the Democrats right now feel like they've got an upper hand because the Obama healthcare subsidies are about to go away, and even when Trump even looks at the polling, I know he's concerned about it too, but after all said and done, I know that they couldn't get the votes probably in the House from the Republican side. Now, if you had Democrats and Republicans voting in just a straight vote, you could probably keep the subsidies going for a couple of years. But I think folks like the Freedom Caucus and everything would probably do everything they could to stop that from happening.
Those of you that aren't up to speed, Mr. Salmon here, Matt Salmon, spent... How many years you spent in the House?
10
wonderful years representing the great state of Arizona in the U.S. House of Representatives. And, I need you to help me. Over the course of the show, we'll find different opportunities to do this. You're going to explain to me, how the sausage is made, but you're going to do it at a Schoolhouse Rock level.
You got it.
I'm going to need
I'm
it.
just a bill.
Exactly.
On Capitol Hill.
Need it explained in a very simple way because I think a lot of people look at this, and right now, if we leave the airport out, if you're not planning on going on an airplane this weekend, does a government shutdown affect you? If you don't work for the government, if you're not, I don't know if it's affecting you. It hasn't affected me in the slightest. How's that?
Not really. In fact, I went through 3 government shutdowns.
Oh,
in
really?
My 10 years. Yeah. One of them was over a month long.
Oh, wow.
And honestly, most Americans aren't going to see anything.
Right. You don't feel the thing. So I question for you. When it comes to, we talk about a shutdown, what is the pressure point? What is the thing?
The biggest pressure.
When you're a congressman, when you're a senator, what is the thing when you go, I think we're going to have to figure this out. I'm going to have to compromise on something. It's starting to get a little hot around here.
Well, if you start seeing people who don't get their Social Security checks.
Ooh.
Or you start
hearing from constituents.
Right, if you start hearing from constituents. Now, that's never happened yet.
Okay.
But, who knows? I mean, with all the layoffs that are happening, the mass
reduction in force or whatever they call it. Yeah.
Who knows what's going to happen?
Right.
But if you saw something like that, all hell would break loose.
Oh, yeah.
But the other piece is we were always able to at least get a bill through to fund the military. So that the military...
And that is kind of
weird.
weird.
They haven't been able to get that done. Not on this one.
As of October 15th, active duty military will not
They won't get a
paid.
paycheck. That's right.
That strikes me as a pressure point. That's one that most Americans would go, okay, guys, quit the bickering.
That will be a big pressure point.
Yeah.
In fact, again, on almost every government shutdown, in fact, virtually every government shutdown I had, we ended up passing a separate standalone bill to fund the military while the shutdown continued
to make sure that it didn't get tied. They can't even
get the votes for that because you have to get now. Remember, in the House, all you need is a simple majority.
Okay,
but in the Senate, if you can't get to 60
votes,
the bill never gets to the floor.
Okay, higher, yeah, and
it's a cloture.
And you have, what is the breakdown in the Senate right? 52-48? 53-47. Yeah, okay. Well, independents, I don't know what that
Well, the independents all caucus
with the Dems, right? Yeah. But Bernie Sanders is the one I think of.
White House.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's a
so they just call themselves in. They're just embarrassed to call themselves Democrats.
Angus
King. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's what's going on right now. Again, Sky Harbor seeing some delays. It's not horrible. 15 minutes to 45 minutes, they're saying, hey, if you're flying, make sure you check ahead of time like that.
But when you combine the weather issues...
Well, that's the thing. And then
the air traffic...
Hurricane Priscilla...
6 days... Yeah, Hurricane Priscilla.
Coming through.
It could get ugly. It could get really ugly.
To say the least. All right. Well, we're going to keep an eye on it. Hey, and we're actually going to get a chance to talk to Ian Schwartz, AZ Family's meteorologist. He's going to tell us a little bit about what we can expect this weekend, because I think a lot of people are a little gun shy. 2 weeks ago, it poured.
We got caught flat-footed.
Yeah.
Nobody expected that.
Right. And I think people are still a little like, okay, what are we going to expect? How much rain are we going to get? And
especially Globe.
Yeah. We talked to the mayor of Globe yesterday.
Did you?
They're still cleaning up.
They got really messed
absolutely hammered out there. All right. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines. We've got Heidi Hummel. She's going to do that for us. And coming up next, Americans are souring on the economy. And the stock market took a hit today. Why?
Have you filled up your gas lately?
I'm trying not to. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos. Say goodbye to water spots, dry skin, and harsh chlorine, and say hello to the Kinetico Premier XP Model Q850OD-XP. That's right, the world's most efficient water softener. The Kinetico Premier XP is a non-electric twin-tank system that runs on water pressure, not power. And right now, Aquazona is offering special financing. Pay no interest if paid in full in 12 months, but only for a limited time. Find a whole house water system that's WQA certified, removes hard water, gives you softer water 24/7, and beats the Kinetico Q850 ODXP in efficiency, and they'll buy it for you. They've been helping Arizona families love their water since 1987. Call 602-910-6570 or visit aquazona.com today. Aquazona is an independent authorized Kinetico dealer. Aquazona, better water, better life.
KTAR News Flash.
Coming up on 416, I'm Heidi Hummel, and this is what you need to know right now. The White House Budget Office says mass firing of federal workers has started in an attempt to exert more pressure on Democratic lawmakers. The White House telling all federal agencies to submit their reduction in force plans to the Budget Office for its review. It said reduction in force could apply for federal programs whose funding would lapse in a government shutdown and is not consistent with the president's priorities. The rainfall is just getting started, with most of the heaviest downpours expected this afternoon into the evening across portions of Arizona. A flood watch is in effect for most of the state through tomorrow. ASU and semiconductor tech company Applied Materials have opened a brand new Materials to Fab Center in Tempe for microchip research and development. The space will be shared by industry experts as well as students and faculty. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at those roads. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Out in Scottsdale, we have a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp, Loop 101 Pima Freeway, northbound near McDowell Road. Phoenix with a pedestrian spotted on the roadway, Loop 202 southbound freeway, southbound near Dobbins Road. Tolson, we have that crash on the left shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 91st Avenue. And lastly, Tempe, we still have that crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway, southbound near Southern Avenue. And now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Matt Salmon in for Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Thank you very much. Hey, this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. Hey, and a quick shout out to everyone listening in Chandler. Thank you, Chandler. Shout out to Chandler, the Chandlerians? Chandeliers?
Chandeliers. I like that one.
I don't know. What do you call people?
Yeah.
Chandlerites. Chandlertonians. I have no idea. Thank you, Chandler, for listening.
Chandleristas?
You're getting fancy now.
Okay.
You're really fancy now. What do I make of this? Consumer sentiment survey. Another one of these things they use to track everything. It's at its lowest point in 10 years. Americans are souring on the economy. COVID. Yeah. Oh, no, it's worse. Wow. Yes. Yeah. Long in 10 years. It's at lowest point. July of 2011 was the last time it was at this point. And I wish I could tell you I remember what was going on in July of 2011.
We were still feeling the after effects of the 2008 meltdown.
We were still digging out of that.
We're still digging out of that.
Yeah. But we're seeing, we see people, we're going into the holiday season, which for retailers is everything.
It's everything.
It's literally make or break.
Makes their whole year.
And if people...
And consumer confidence is way down.
Yeah, and if people are afraid to spend, this has a ripple effect.
Right.
And I'm a little worried about that. And
we should be.
We saw it impact the stock market today. Well,
that was because of the 100% tariff thing on China.
Yeah, every time Trump threatens arbitrary tariffs on or tax on American consumers on other countries, the stock market goes down.
They always react. Yeah,
it went down again. It's at its. It went back to April's levels. Is what it went down. So that's about where it's at. It erased all of the gains from May, June, July, and August.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that after all the dust clears, the stock market's going to rebound.
It's been pretty resilient. I mean, think
really
about this.
In fact, I thought with all the other tariff stuff.
Yeah.
And remember, there was some noise on the stock market back then, and it would kind of go back and forth. But ultimately,
it's been on a trajectory.
And it's still by far the safest investment you can make.
Yeah.
Because average, what is it, about 10% a year?
It's probably averaging around that rate, yeah. But I think one of the things, though, has been, we always hear, Wall Street's not Main Street.
Right.
I get that,
right.
The economy is whatever you have in your wallet and your bank account. That's the economy.
Right.
You could care less about somebody else's economy. And if people are so skeptical right now, if they are worried to make a big purchase, if they're worried we saw people worried to buy a house right now, maybe it's not the right time to buy a house, then how does the stock market continue to go up, up, and up? What do they know that consumers don't, or vice versa? Do you see what I'm saying? What do consumers know that stock market hasn't figured out yet?
Well, I wish if I knew that information, I'd be a really rich guy, wouldn't I?
You wouldn't be sitting here, would you?
No, I wouldn't be sitting here.
You'd go ahead and bail on me. I see how you are.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but we're certainly seeing some of that, and it's really interesting. Again, Wall Street and Dow and NASDAQ had its worst day since
Bruce,
April.
when you think about it, though, I mean, here in Arizona, home prices are still... I mean, just almost...
Average is $450 and change or something?
Oh, yeah, $450 and change.
Yeah.
And my youngest child and her husband and little girl, they bought their first home.
Oh.
And I think about it, I'm so thankful I'm not in their place. I mean, I couldn't...
Like the idea of a starter home these days
it's crazy. I mean, it's nuts. And the home that I live in is like doubled in value in the last 8 years.
Right.
And I don't know if I could even qualify for it right now. I mean, it's and then you add to that, what's still happening at the grocery stores, what's still happening at the gas pump. And I think a lot of people are nervous. They're really nervous.
And there seems to be multiple things affecting it. It's not fair to say it's one thing.
No, it's not one thing. But
the price of gas is going up because they had a refinery fire.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like nobody planned for that.
But you've also got like several. I read last week in the Arizona Republic that several major companies here in Arizona were going through some pretty hefty layoffs, like Intel.
Okay,
as an example.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be growing.
You'd think they'd be growing. Just
hand over fist,
leaps and bounds. But they're cutting people.
Wow,
dramatically so.
I think one of the things when you talk about consumer confidence and how people feel, if you know people who are unemployed or recently lost their job and are having trouble finding a job, I think that has a emotional effect on you.
Of course it does.
You look at it and go, there, but for the grace of God go I, right? If it happened to them,
it could happen to me.
Right. And how confident are you moving forward? I don't know a lot of people that are overly confident about the industry they're in or the business they're in with some of these headwinds.
Well, the other thing that's really interesting is that technology changes the job market like every 6 months.
It's amazing.
I mean
the speed.
The speed that the technological industries are growing. You buy a computer that's state of the art, and 6 months from now, it's a piece of crap.
Right. They won't even take it back in trade.
And
you throw it away.
When you think about artificial intelligence coupled with quantum computing, I mean, the kinds of jobs that are going to be available, you're going to need additional kinds of training. Yeah. I think you factor some of that in there too.
Yeah.
Just the speed of change of the industries. And most of the big industries today have a big technological element.
Yeah. And they're always looking to cut costs.
Always looking to cut costs.
And you got shareholders to answer to, for goodness sakes. All right, he's Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. We're going to be talking next a little bit about the weather and what we can look forward to. It's the Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos Weather Bunny. Ian Schwartz is going to be joining us next. He's meteorologist and reporter over at AZ Family. We're going to check in with him and hopefully learn a little bit about what we can expect this weekend weather-wise. It's coming up next for Outspoken on KTAR.
America Roofing. They're the best when it comes to fixing your roof, when it comes to repairing your roof, when it comes to giving you a whole new roof. They use premium products, guaranteed quality service. You can get 10% off all replacement or repairs when you mention Gatos. I use these guys because they're local. They're a family-owned and operated company. Jake and Josh, they've run this thing for 25-plus years. I want you to call my friends at America Roofing. 602-960-ROOF. One of the things I love about America Roofing, financing. There's no need to wait to get your roof fixed. They can fix your roof quickly, and then they can set up a payment plan that works for you. Not everybody does this. America Roofing wants to fix your roof. They want to repair. They want to replace it if need be. And they also want you to be able to afford it. 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
The federal government shutdown. When will it end? How will Arizona be affected?
It is TSA's top priority to make sure that you have the most pleasant and efficient airport experience as possible while we keep you safe. However, Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government. And because of this, many of our operations are impacted, and most of our TSA employees are working without pay.
Stay with Arizona's news station for breaking news about the federal government shutdown on 92.3, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and the KTAR YouTube channel.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
The Compact for Academic Excellence in Higher Education has been sent to the University of Arizona, urging that institution to accept the Trump administration's stance on gender, admissions, and more. Congressman Greg Stanton is urging the U of A to say no.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
So when our weather turns, right, and it's time to turn on the heat, is our system ready? I know at Casa Calvici, I'm asking myself, am I sure? Because right now, day and night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, they're offering a heating tune-up for just $59. That's right, a heating tune-up, just $59 to make sure your system is ready before we flip that switch. A limited time offer, a heating tune-up at dayandnightair.com. Look, we've used Day and Night for years. They've been serving the Valley for 4 decades. A 4.9 Google rating based on over 8,500 reviews. I know from experience, best-in-class warranties, upfront pricing, honest, skilled, reliable, and right now you can schedule a heating tune-up for just $59. Call 480-344-0082. 480-344-0082. Conditions apply. Be sure before you flip that switch, get a heating tune-up for just $59 at dayandnightair.com.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, like, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. I'm Heidi Hommel. Layoff notifications going out today to federal workers. It comes as the president and the White House have been threatening to make cuts to staff and programs while the government is shut down.
The White House budget director writes in a new social media post that layoffs of federal workers have begun. A spokesperson for the budget office said the reductions are, quote, substantial, but didn't give details on who was targeted and at what agencies and departments. Last week, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said it could be thousands of federal workers who are impacted, fired during the government shutdown. The president has called it a, quote, unprecedented opportunity and said he was looking to make cuts at what he called Democrat agencies. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
We've already seen some overnight storms, and there's more in the forecast today. Meteorologist Jorge Torres with our TV partners at ABC 15 tell Arizona's Morning News which areas could get hit the hardest.
So numerous flash floods are likely for areas around, we're going to say Prescott, Sedona, up toward Flagstaff, and Payson, too, where we could see several inches of rain, 2 to 3 inches, and even potentially localized higher amounts in a few spots.
A flood watch is in effect for most of Arizona today and tomorrow. The Maricopa Association of Governments reports a rise in Valley seniors experiencing domestic violence. Arizona's Adult Protective Services has already seen more allegations of elder abuse this year than all of 2024. Cindy Patterson with nonprofit Area Agency on Aging explains.
In one case, a recent client, they were literally held hostage almost, and that's the term that they used, to their bedroom.
She urges Arizonans to be a listening ear and find ways to help if a senior says they're being abused. Let's get a look at those roads. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp, Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound near McDowell Road. Tolson, we still have that crash on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 91st Avenue. Phoenix, we still have that crash, now moved to the far right off lane on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 24th Street. A quick look at our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash, Baseline Road at 51st Avenue. This report, never mind. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
A cloudy evening across the valley. The overnight low is going to cool off to 76 degrees. We're looking at a high of 88 tomorrow with a 60% chance for more thunderstorms. It's 86 degrees in Fountain Hills. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Heidi Hommel on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
If the federal government shutdown rolls into a third week, what are the specific economic concerns for Arizona? This is Jim Sharp. LaDonna Harvey and I will explore that on Money Monday on Arizona's Morning News.
All right. Hey, we are scanning the skies. It is decidedly overcast, and we've had some rain in different parts of the valley. Now, I live out in the East Valley, Matt. Yeah. Matt, I'm going to get you this.
All right,
but I'm farther east than you because nobody's more east than me.
You're close to the mountains.
I'm Gold Canyon adjacent.
Yes, sir.
I live in Apache Junction, and we haven't had much rain out there at all. Just a couple little sprinkles here and there. But
how about with the big rain the last one we had?
It still missed it a little bit.
Oh,
yeah.
We got killed.
Yeah.
And I'm in East Central Mesa.
I'm convinced I might have a dome over the house. I'm not 100% sure, and I might have to look into that. But we know that the remnants of Hurricane Priscilla are what is affecting us. This is not monsoon. This is an actual tropical whatever. You know what? I don't even understand it, which is why we're going to bring in Ian Schwartz right now, meteorologist at AZ Family. Ian, the weather bunny, you're here.
Good morning, guys.
It's not morning. Stop it again.
Oh, I sound good. Bad habit on this morning show. Good evening.
Yes.
fellas.
Okay. Well, we're trying to understand a little bit about what people can expect. And Ian, I think you'd understand because last time we had you on was 2 weeks ago when the skies opened up. Literally, people were running for their lives. Cars are floating down the road. It was really dangerous. And I think a lot of folks
I saw a guy loading a bunch of animals on a boat, too.
Oh, okay. There you go. I think a lot of folks are maybe a little worried. You know, you hear about big storm, you hear Hurricane Priscilla, you're a little concerned. What can we expect, Ian?
Well, it's a similar situation. We have these East Pacific hurricanes. Now, they never ever hit Arizona as a hurricane. They kind of encounter cooler waters of the Pacific, kind of up by California and the Baja, and they deteriorate, but they send tremendous amounts of moisture our way. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago. These are these transition season storms. So you have this kind of quasi-monsoonal flow from the south and the southeast. And then you get this very fall-like Pacific Northwest trough that swings in. And that's our big lifting mechanism that really fires stuff off. So I don't think we're going to see as much crazy weather in Phoenix as we did 2 weeks ago. And I'm talking about that quarter-sized hail.
That was nuts.
I think the flooding risk is there. If we can keep these storms moving along and we space them out, there won't be a major flood risk, but we are definitely in a flood watch in Phoenix that will go through Sunday. Areas would probably watch for flooding a bit more would be the foothills to the north of Phoenix, to the east, actually getting into AJ, and those areas are kind of at the base of mountains.
That's you're talking about me, and now I'm worried. I got to get home.
Yeah, so we have a few flash flood warnings currently just to the south and the east of Sedona, south of Sedona. So this would be kind of Rimrock, Camp Verde area, but it's those mountain communities, especially ones that have seen wildfire in the past several years.
Well, and Ian, that was the issue we had out in Globe, right? That exasperated the issue they had a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it just strips the soil, and the water just kind of slides right down it like a slicked ramp. So those areas, I definitely be on alert and paying attention to the forecast. And it sounds so silly. We talk about it every time. Just do not cross a flooded road or a flooded wash.
I say it all the time.
More than 50% of flooding deaths happen in the car.
Mm-hmm.
So what I think will happen in Phoenix, I think we're starting to see some bands move in, and we're going to get some good showers, I think, overnight. So you might wake up again to thunder like some of you did yesterday, and then
I
tomorrow
wake up to thunder
morning
all the time. I'm married.
Here we go. That's what he calls his wife. Her nickname is Thunder.
Thunder's on the phone.
By the way, Ian, I didn't properly introduce you to Congressman Salmon, Matt Salmon here. So he's our weather bunny. So we check in with him whenever there's weather issues.
Hey, by the way, just got to say this. Do you remember the stupid motorist bill?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
About driving into flooded washes and needing rescue.
Right. That was my bill.
Was it really?
Yeah.
We have you to thank for that.
You have me to thank for that.
Well, I don't know if it stopped many people, but I think we're recouping some on the fines, if nothing else.
So what it basically says is, if you bypass all the warning signs,
they put up the gates
you still
and barriers.
drive through thinking you're macho and your truck can get through,
right?
And then you have to be rescued. You have to pay for the rescue.
You pay for the rescue.
Right.
It ain't cheap.
It is definitely an honor. I'm a Mesa native, and I know you went to Mesa High.
I did. Go
Matt.
Jackrabbits.
So yeah, there we go. I went to Dobson and Rhodes, and even Booker T. The I don't like it when it rains overnight. Because I don't get credit for it.
There you go. They sleep through it and they go, Ian lied.
It's like when you tip a barista, but then they turn right when you're dropping the dollar in.
Did it happen?
And they don't know.
Did it happen?
Yeah.
Never happened.
This is, by the way, Ian has had apparently decades of schooling to do this.
Yes.
I mean, this literally, he is one of the top meteorologists there is. Award winning, I think is the terminology we use. That's why we have him on, for goodness sakes.
Okay, some of this,
we only want the best.
I think it was 3 years.
We should
not
nominate
quite
him for the Nobel Prize.
Yeah. Completely secondary question. I'm going to end with this with you, Ian.
Mm-hmm.
How hard is it to be a weatherman in Arizona? Is it that hard?
Well, I get that line a lot. People say, "Oh, sunny and hot, it must be so hard." Well, when it's 90 and sunny for 7 days in a row, it's almost harder to keep people's attention when it's going to be the same. So those can sometimes be the more challenging days. I mean, rainy days, there's challenges in forecasting as well. But
we're all excited about rain.
Yeah, when the radar's rocking and rolling, it's like, all right, I got stuff. It's right in front of me to talk about. But sometimes, May, oh my gosh.
We're going down for the U of A BYU football game tomorrow in Tucson.
Big football game tomorrow. Yeah.
And it's at 5. What is Tucson going to get very wet?
No, I think getting into Saturday and Sunday, they are, I think, going to be dealing with some rain. As far as major flooding, as long as, you're on the interstate and kind of pretty established roads, I don't think you're going to have a big issue.
So I-10 should be safe.
I-10 should be good. I-10 should be good.
Glad we narrowed that down.
Right.
Yeah. And most people in Phoenix, you hear about these flood watches and you think, oh my gosh, I need to run out and get, sandbags. Unless you live in an area where you've kind of seen flooding before, I'm not personally doing anything in my house. If you have decent drainage, but if there's problem spots in your neighborhood that always flood, you may see some, water collecting there. But, one of the most important messages is just do not cross those flooded washes.
Great
and roads. Point. I think that's the main threat for a lot of people in this city.
So one other question.
You don't get the chance to talk to an award-winning meteorologist that often, Matt.
When we talk about the effects of the drought in Arizona that's been going on for 20 years, I've always been under the impression that the thing that impacts the drought the most is snowpack, not necessarily the rain. So does the rain do much of anything for us?
It helps. We get about, 2.5, 3 inches out of the monsoon, and that accounts for about 8, we get about 8 total throughout the year. But it really is that snowpack. What you want is a great snowpack, and it slowly trickles through the watershed and fills up. Sometimes the monsoon can be so violent, and it kind of soaks in, but we kind of want that. It's like a slow cooker. We want kind of like a crock pot style versus the air fryer.
Again, see, they teach them that in weatherman school.
Whatever
That's amazing,
he's making,
right there.
It's not enough.
Yeah, I got to tell you, now I'm hungry. Ian, thank you for your time. We sincerely appreciate it.
You got it, guys.
Thanks, Ian.
That is Ian Schwartz, AZ Family meteorologist, getting us up to speed. So we can certainly expect some weather. Thankfully, it looks like it'll be spread out, and it won't be that deluge all in just a couple of hours.
It'll be over several days. But the good news is the weather is going to get really nice.
It's going to cool down.
It's going to cool down.
I'll take that.
And I'm ready for that.
Yeah. Hey, I've always heard the adage, opposites attract, right?
That's crap.
Yeah, I got to tell you, there's new information out there that is absolutely not true. We're going to dig into it. Matt Salmon in for Gatos. We're going to do that next right here on Outspoken. And hey, I want to talk to you real quick. The simple truth is there's a lot more to retirement planning than just calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through whatever the next stage of life looks like for you. My friends at Trajan Wealth can help you, and they can help you in a variety of ways. First off, they're fiduciaries. They put your interests in front of their own. And they can help you build a strategy that's based on realistic options and options that align with your goals, your circumstances, and you know what? Your timeline, your horizon. All right? Each one of us is different, and that's why each plan is unique to each client. You can find out more information and give them a ring. It's 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
LaDonna here. Are you tired of juggling multiple contractors or projects just to keep your home in shape? I have the solution. It's One Home Solution. From general repairs to plumbing to renovations, painting, flooring, drywall, and more. Hang a TV, wash your windows, fix the sink, done with One Home Solution. Turn that honey-do list into done. Get your weekends back. Download the app or visit onehomesolution.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine that cities use to treat it. At Life Source, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. Call our factory today at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:45, I'm Heidi Hommel, and this is what you need to know right now. A disaster declaration has been approved by the U.S. Small Business Administration for Gila County in the aftermath of last month's flooding. The move will allow for support for impacted small businesses, nonprofits, and residents as they continue to recover from the flooding between September 25th and 27th. More rain is expected in the area this weekend. Flags at all state buildings will be at half-staff in honor of firefighter EMT Glenn Collins. Governor Katie Hobbs ordered the flags to be lowered on Sunday. Collins died in a motorcycle crash earlier this month. A small plane mishap at Deer Valley Airport is now being looked at by federal investigators. The Phoenix Fire Department tells us it happened just after 12:30. The pilot was able to get out without any help after the plane flipped over. There were no serious injuries. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Looking at the cameras, Phoenix, for that crash that was moved all the way to the far right on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 24th Street. They're still doing some cleanup on that. Thankfully, it's not blocking the actual roadways, which you'll be driving on, so I'll keep an eye on it and let you know when it's completely cleared. Out on our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on Greenway Road and 29th Avenue. Phoenix again with a crash on Baseline Road and 51st Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-378-7241. 800-378-7241. Again, that's 800-378-7241.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. It's time for another painful trip to the grocery store. Some cities in the Valley are doing way better than others. We'll tell you why the price for food in the store deals more with your paycheck and where you live than where you shop for fruits and veggies. Monday at 2 on the next Chris and Joe Show.
Appreciate it. Hey, you know what? You can take us with you wherever you go. We're on demand with the KTAR News app. We've got ourselves a podcast, folks. It's at KTAR.com or wherever fine podcasts and a couple mediocre ones are found. It's the Bruce and Gatos podcast brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. In for Gatos today is one Matt Salmon, former U.S. Congressman. Do you ever get bored hearing that? Is it it's a heck of a title.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, you. That's fine too.
Come off of it.
Yeah, whatever.
No, I'm a former congressman. I'd have it on cards. I'd pass it out. I want to make sure everybody knows that. Yeah, it's like former astronaut. You want to make sure people know.
The coolest thing is these pins they give you.
Oh, the little pins that everyone wears.
Yeah, and you get to go anywure.
Yeah, I've seen those. If you wonder what those pins are.
I was thinking about selling it on eBay.
Yeah, you ought to do that. That's a heck of an idea, Salmon. All right, do opposites still attract? Before you answer, I want to give you this. There's a new study out from the people that do study that say, this was the Journal of Social and Personal Relationships, light reading. It's on the weekends. I try to check it out. And it was about younger people and relationships. And they found, talking to young women, that they are less likely to engage in a relationship with someone they don't agree with politically.
That's That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I'm not arguing that.
No, I mean, I get it, but
and those numbers are higher than they've ever been.
And I think it's happening in this country too.
Yeah.
When you see how polarized everything is and how families at Thanksgiving end up in bitter arguments over political discussions and everything. One of my favorite movies was Stripes.
Oh, it's a classic.
Remember when
we're going to do lines from Stripes
remember when Psycho said, and if any of you guys call me Francis, because I kill you. What did the sergeant say?
Lighten up, Francis.
Lighten up, Francis. That's what I want to tell some of these folks. You know what? Lighten up. Life's too short.
Well, and I think this has a compounding effect. If fewer young women who identify more on the left refuse to hang out with guys who identify on the right,
then we're going to have a real shortage of people in this world.
I was going to say, not only is it going to affect the birth rate, for goodness sakes.
Exactly.
But who's going to compromise first? Who do you think will give in for? I think
the guys will give in.
Guys will give in a heartbeat.
The guys will give in.
They will change stripes in a heartbeat, right?
Absolutely.
They're like,
it's like I learned this too. And in fact, I think my buddy here that's sitting with me shared. Little did I know when I married Mrs. Wright that her first name was Always.
Oh, goodness. Well, you've got a million of them. No wonder you got elected. I mean, I can just see you on the campaign trail glad-handing people and talking like that, for goodness sake, Salmon. But think about this also. I realize the times they are changing. I get it. And I don't want to sound like the get off my lawn guy. But I just don't ever remember going on a date
and asking what's your political persuasion
and who you voted for in the last couple elections had any bearing whatsoever on where this date was going.
Not at all. And I knew from a very early age that I wanted to get involved in politics. But, I had, before I got engaged, I didn't talk about political persuasion or anything like that with my wife.
Well, you had to sell her on the good parts.
I was smitten.
Yeah.
I was smitten. I would have told her, I'm right of Attila the Hun, but I would have told her I was a Trotsky, That would have gotten me married to her.
Maybe closer. Yeah, exactly. I just, listen, it's getting worse, not better.
No.
It seems like.
It is.
People are becoming more and more entrenched.
Right.
And more extreme.
And with that comes gridlock. I mean, nothing's getting accomplished. I mean,
can't even get dates.
No, can't even get dates.
I mean, come on. Let's talk about the important things. It's going to be a lot of Friday nights tonight with guys and girls apparently sitting by themselves.
Yeah, for nothing.
For nothing other than that.
Yeah, but that's dumb.
I thought,
lighten up, Francis.
You can disagree with someone without being disagreeable, right? Isn't that the...
And ultimately, some of my best friends when I was in Congress were on the other side of the aisle. In fact, Kirsten Sinema and I had districts that abutted one another, and we got to be very, very close friends.
You weren't enemies.
No, not at all.
Right.
Not enemies at all. And the point is that, people can have differences of opinion and still both be really good people. It's fun. I mean, I get tired of the crap that comes from one side or the other saying, well, you don't love America.
Right.
We love America. You don't love America. Look, I got news for you. There's a lot of people out there that don't believe like I do that very much love America. They just have a different idea on how to get there.
I love pretty girls. I'm going to tell you that right now. I want to make sure. I don't want to get sideways with any of them. I want to make sure that we're doing good. Hey, coming up next, it's judges versus Trump. And a couple of judges weigh in on, let's call it the role of the National Guard. Former Congressman Salmon in for Gatos today. We're discussing that next. We're outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos, and choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, my buddy Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. You'll be glad you did. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands and thousands of dollars compared to other implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Heidi Hommel. The Trump administration announced that mass layoffs of federal workers are underway as a result of the week-and-a-half-long government shutdown. President Trump, in a late Friday afternoon briefing, once again blamed the Democrats.
And it'll be Democrat-oriented because we figure, they started this thing, so they should be Democrat-oriented. It'll be a lot, and we'll announce the numbers over the next couple of days.
The U.S. will deploy about 200 troops to help with the post-war transition in Gaza. The White House says they will be there to monitor the ceasefire agreement process, but the role will be limited. So says General Robert Abrams, the former commander for United States forces in Korea and an ABC News contributor.
And I think just by being present in the region, they'll be able to monitor the activities with the Israeli Defense Forces. And of course, they'll exchange liaisons with the IDF.
This is all part of phase 1 of the ceasefire as Israel and the people of Gaza wait for the hostage and prisoner exchange. The Maricopa County Association of Governments reports a rise in Valley seniors experiencing domestic violence. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell you more.
According to the association, Arizona's Adult Protective Services has already seen more allegations of elder abuse this year than all of 2024. Director of the DOVES program at nonprofit Area Agency on Aging, Sydney Patterson, explains.
Many of them have just suffered the abuse from childhood on. However, what we hear from our direct clients is that they just finally had enough.
She urges Arizonans to be a listening ear and find ways to help if a senior says they're being isolated, abused, or controlled.
It's supposed to be respected and offer you the information and the history that we strive for.
Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Mariachi music is connecting ASU students back to their roots, with 2 ensembles meeting each week to practice music for showcases and performances. Rachel Russell is an ASU student double majoring in music and culture and anthropology, and she plays the violin in the mariachi group.
You get to perform in such a different way, and it means so much to people when you're playing that it makes a real difference versus playing in an orchestra where there's no real connection with the audience.
Russell says the ensemble helps her connect back to her Hispanic roots. To read more education solution stories about Hispanic Heritage Month, go to KTAR.com/Arizona Education. The annual Datos report was released by the Arizona Hispanic Chamber, showing growing concern for Latino businesses. Monica Villalobos, CEO of the Arizona Hispanic Chamber, tells the Mike Broomhead Show why there is growing fear.
A lot of the current immigration policy is being staged in business parking lots, right? And so even the threat of, even if you haven't done anything wrong, there is a concern.
She says this hurts the economy because less people are showing up for work and shopping. This Sunday, the Cardinals hope to rebound off last week's 22-21 loss against the Tennessee Titans as they face off against the 4-1 Indianapolis Colts. Tyler Drake, co-host of the Cardinals Corner podcast, joined Arizona's Morning News to give us his opinion on this week's matchup.
This Colts team is legit, probably the most complete team they'll play up to this point, both offensively and defensively.
Kickoff will be at 10 a.m., and you can catch the game live on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7. Traffic and weather now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Starting out with some good news. Phoenix, that crash that was blocking the right 3 lanes on Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 24th Street is cleared. You're all good to go. Tempe with a crash on Mill Ave near the US 60 Superstition Freeway. Scottsdale with debris blocking the left lane. Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near Scottsdale Road. A quick look at our surface streets. Phoenix with a vehicle fire 7th Avenue near Southern Avenue. Phoenix again, a crash involving a bicyclist on 19th Avenue near Grant Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy skies this evening with an overnight low around 76 degrees. We're looking for a high of just 88 degrees tomorrow and 83 on Sunday. Storm chances will continue over the weekend. It's 83 degrees in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Heidi Hommel on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2. Many people call it the best hour, and not just because Matt Salmon is in for Gatos today. Thanks for being here, Matt.
Good to be here.
Appreciate it. So, I got to tell you, and I'm curious to get your take again for people that aren't up to speed. You served 10 years in Congress, 5 terms as a congressman. Did your district change, or was it the same district out here the whole time?
Well, I did 2 different times.
Right, you.
So I served in the 90s, and then I came back in 2012.
Yeah,
and so I served during Bill Clinton's presidency, and then during Barack Obama's.
Right. Well, you uphill fight for both of those. Goodness. All right, but I'm interested in your take on this because we're seeing at least some judges now getting involved, both in Illinois and in Oregon, attempting to stop the use of National Guard on the streets of their cities.
I've been expecting it.
You've been expecting the judges getting involved?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think that there's some serious, not just constitutional issues, but statutory issues as well. I mean, the federal government rarely, if ever, uses military for civilian activities.
Posse Comitatus Act.
Because of Posse Comitatus Act.
I love that.
You're a smart guy.
I paid attention every once in a while.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. No, but I mean, and I just always like being able to bring it up, but it basically, it forbids the deployment of the military on our soil.
You want to know one of the reasons that happened? It's really fascinating.
We're going to get a history lesson here today from Mr. Salmon.
Just post World War I, the veterans were doing a protest on the Potomac River, on the banks of the Potomac River. And they were protesting because all the promises that were made to them, when they went to war, weren't being materialized.
What a surprise. Government's been consistent in all that time. Yes.
That's right.
What a shocker.
And this was right around 1920.
Okay.
And the president at the time ordered military troops to go in and clean it out. And a Congressional Medal of Honor winner that was basically the spokesperson for the group was killed by the U.S. military.
By the military.
And after that...
Well, the military's not the police. And, all my friends that have served in all the branches, they're like, we're not cops. That's not what we do.
Well, go back to what was the name change just for the Department of Defense?
Yeah, the Department of War.
Department of War.
Yeah.
Do you want to declare war on America?
Well, I know you're saying that rhetorically because I think there's some people that would, unfortunately.
But no, that's the point, is that our military is supposed to be used for foreign intervention.
Defense.
Yeah. For
defend the country.
Defend the country.
From
but
foreign adversaries.
But local law enforcement are supposed to deal with problems within the cities and the states.
I have zero issue with the National Guard being used when the governors or when they ask for it, when they need the help.
Back in the 60s during Kent State and a couple of other things.
Natural disasters,
and natural disasters.
We have the National Guard jump in and help all the time.
Hurricane Katrina.
Great example. Right.
Another good example.
Yeah.
Yeah, more close to home.
But this is not what this is about. And this just seems so nakedly political. And I mean, it's like nobody doesn't think it's political, right?
There's a lot of issues that are going to be coming before the U.S. Supreme Court.
You think this will go to the Supreme Court? The use of National Guard?
I think it will go to the Supreme Court. And I also believe the tariff issue. Well, not only do I believe it, I know it. I mean, this is going before the court. It's one of the first docket items when they come back. And we may hear something as soon as November.
Well, most Americans are at least on the side of not deploying the military on the streets. Is a new poll out, 58% of Americans are opposed to the idea of National Guard troops on American city streets.
They must have been paying attention during their civics class.
Yeah, they remember Posse Comitatus as well.
There you
go. So I think about this because we're basically redefining the role of the National Guard. Because I'm going to guess, I don't know. I have some friends that serve Army, Air Force, guards. I don't think they signed up. This is not what they signed up to do. Is to defend Portland.
I have a lot of friends that
against a guy in a frog uniform,
and that's not what they signed up for.
Yeah,
I mean the National Guard gets called up and deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan.
We know that,
and they have been over and over and over again. But it's always been clear what their purpose is, and this is blurring the lines.
I think that's safe to say. But you think that the judges are going to weigh in on this at some point?
I do think the Supreme Court will weigh in.
Yeah.
And you listen to, I think the most prominent voice on the Republican side has been Rand Paul.
Yeah, but they don't even consider him a Republican for goodness. He's pretty darn libertarian for them, which is why I like him.
And
by
I
the
love
way.
that about him.
It's why I like Thomas Massey also.
Thomas Massey.
Those are my guys,
and they're both from Kentucky.
Yeah. They're independent thinkers. They don't.
And Thomas Massey is the guy that's been driving the discharge petition on the Epstein thing.
Yeah. So here's something I think that people either they don't know or they don't care. If you're okay with a Republican president doing this to, quote, Democratic cities.
Are you going to be okay when a Democrat president does it to Republican cities?
When President Ocasio-Cortez, I'm trying to think of the worst thing I think of, after a school shooting in Texas, decides to send in the New York National Guard to protect children in schools in Texas. I mean, you guys realize how this works.
Bruce, you're preaching to the choir, and you're saying exactly, I think, what every American needs to hear. This guy's not going to be president forever, and there are precedents being set. Either precedents being set, by no challenges, legal challenges, and the president getting away with super administrative powers and authorities, and basically usurping Article 1. Or you got to realize that someday it'll be a different president and they're going to be doing things you really don't like.
Yeah, well, and they're not going to do it exactly the same. They're going to do it worse.
Exactly.
they got to up the ante.
You always got to go one step further.
Yeah. I mean, you'd think that people would understand that, but I guess maybe just everybody just lives in the moment now in the world of politics. Who cares about the next election cycle or the next president? We just want to screw people today.
Well, and you don't have to
our enemies.
You don't have to go back too far. Back when the Democrats had the Senate and two holdouts for getting rid of the filibuster.
Oh yeah,
and you had Kyrsten
Sinema was one of them, right?
Right, and Joe Manchin.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for them, the filibuster would be gone.
And both of them had to leave.
And right now, they should be building statues. The Democrats should be building statues to them because, again, it gets back to exactly what I was saying. You know what? Times change. The pendulum swings. Leadership changes, and all those things that made you really happy are going to make you really sad if it's somebody that you don't like that becomes in power.
And for my argument is, the one that I come back to all the time is for me, it gets down to constitutionality.
Right.
It gets down to the rule of law. It gets down to balance of power. And it seems like we've lost that. I mean, you served in two different Congresses, multiple Congresses, where you had a Democrat as president. There was there was a balance of power. There were times when you had a majority. I'm guessing there was times when you were in the minority also.
No, I was never in the minority.
Really? How'd you luck out on that?
I always served under a Democrat president, but the whole time I was there,
you were in the House majority.
I was in the House majority.
Wow.
Yeah, but the thing that people have to always keep track of is that these changes that you're making to government, they'll stay with us forever. Now, I'm not going to say that Donald Trump is the only president that has ever exceeded his constitutional authority. It's been happening for over 100 years.
Right.
But on both sides of the aisle.
Slow creep is my worry.
But I like that. Slow creep?
Yeah.
Anyway, but the fact is that every time that Rubicon is crossed, you can't go back and uncross it.
Right. It becomes the new standard. It becomes the new line. Yeah.
And I remember when George Will, and I love him. I mean, I think he's one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life.
I love it. So
but
George
he came and spoke to a group of Republican House members and senators. He said, you have nobody to blame but yourself for the president usurping your Article 1 authority because you're giving it to him.
Yeah.
And for years and years and years, members of Congress have been giving their authority to the agencies.
Yeah. And just, we have a do-nothing Congress, and we have for a while now.
Well, and I mean, Congress is quickly becoming totally irrelevant.
Irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant.
Right.
Oh, so frustrating. Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Maryvale. What do we call them? The Maryvalians? Maryvalians. Yeah, definitely Maryvalians. All right. Thank you, Maryvale. Appreciate you guys spending some time with us. All right. I want you to think about your wedding.
Don't call them Mary villains.
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
They know better. Think about your wedding. Think about how much it cost you. And then think about how much they cost today. Would you let a company sponsor your wedding?
In a nanosecond.
In a nanosecond. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
I'm retired, newly retired, so this was my first summer not working again. But I had problems with my shoulder. I mean, it was just like 1,000 needles going into my shoulder.
Mike didn't want surgery. 6 months in a sling was not how he planned to spend retirement. That's when he heard about QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It's a free appointment. And after the first treatment, the next day, I went out and played golf. The pain just wasn't there.
No drugs, no surgery. Just your body's own natural healing power. Orthobiologic concentrated and placed exactly where you need them to go to work.
I couldn't have asked for a better experience. I don't want to take on Mike Tyson, but he'd know I was there.
Now Mike's heading back to QC Kinetics to get his knees treated.
It changed my first summer being retired. It's one I can remember instead of regret.
Get back to doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today to schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:16, I'm Heidi Hommel, and this is what you need to know right now. The rainfall is just getting started, with most of the heaviest downpours expected this afternoon and into the evening across portions of Arizona. A flood watch is in effect for most of the state through tomorrow. Head of the United Nations World Food Program, Cindy McCain, suffered a stroke this week and is now recovering in Arizona at home. Vascular Neurology Director at Honor Health, Dr. David Wang, tells KTAR there are nearly 800,000 strokes in the United States every year, making it the leading cause of adult disability and the fifth leading cause of death. A small plane mishap at Deer Valley Airport is now being looked at by federal investigators. The Phoenix Fire Department tells us it happened just after 12:30. The pilot was able to get out without any help after the plane flipped over. There were no serious injuries. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at those roads with Enrique Garcia. He's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Out in Glendale, we have a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Agua Fria westbound near 59th Avenue, Scottsdale, with a crash on the left shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Sharple Road. Tempe with a crash at Mill Ave near the US 60 Superstition Freeway. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes, reminding you that if you lived in our bold and bright community, you'd be home by now. No rush hour here. See for yourself at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Matt Salmon in for Gatos.
Hey, tell you what, you can take us with you wherever you go. We've got ourselves a podcast. The Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. All right. So, am I allowed to ask you how long ago you got married, Matt Salmon?
Oh, yeah.
How long ago was that?
46 years.
46 years ago?
Yeah, and I had a white tuxedo.
That goes without saying.
With these white shoes with 2 left feet. Seriously, they gave me 2 left feet. It was the most uncomfortable night I've ever had in my life.
As if you weren't nervous enough, your shoes didn't fit.
My shoes didn't fit.
You think about what weddings cost these days, and I'm sure...
I know, I have 2 daughters.
Oh, okay,
And
so you are in this world.
for both of them.
Really?
Yeah, and they're expensive.
They are expensive. Did you know the average wedding now tops $30,000?
It's a lot.
That's a lot of money for a party.
So you asked earlier, would I allow, a sponsor for my wedding? Coke Zero.
Coke Zero?
Yeah.
Why Coke Zero?
Because I love Coke Zero.
Because you love Coke Zero. Okay, I didn't know if there was some sort of a reason for it. Like this would be a good thing. Because this is really funny. They said, taking a look at, needless to say, the price of everything these days, more and more people say they would consider 60% having a brand sponsor on their big day. So I imagine in my bizarre world, you've got the lovely couple there, you've got the officiant, you have that little banner over and it says Xerox. Or, I don't know, what's it gonna say? Like, there's got to be some that you wouldn't want, right?
Right. Like Fred's rat poison.
Well, that would be nice. Yeah, it'd be tough to start off your forever after like that. But you think about these days. I've seen this. I've seen people's cars with like decals on them,
stickers,
and they're for local businesses,
right?
And they're paying for that,
right? Well, when you think about it, can you even buy a polo shirt anymore without a logo?
Yeah, well, and you're advertising for them, yeah. But they're not paying you for it, for goodness sakes.
I don't know about you, but I like the idea.
Well, it's certainly...
It's kind of like the name, image, and likeness, out there.
It's an NIL deal for your wedding.
NIL deal.
That's really good. I think you look at... when they ask people about it, and this kind of makes sense. They're like, well, can we get a liquor company to sponsor it?
Not at a Mormon
open
wedding.
bar? Well,
Wedding.
not if you invite 2 Mormons. If you only have 1, you'll be okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's a good joke.
Yeah. Oh, don't think I don't know.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's how you keep them from drinking all your booze. You invite the second Mormon over. But I could see the bar being sponsored. You know what I'm saying? I could see Bacardi or whatever sponsoring your bar.
Right.
The open bar.
Right. Why not?
Yeah. Listen. The fact. Can we just talk about the fact that weddings cost what they cost?
It's crazy. I mean,
if you just put the word wedding on everything, the price goes up like times 3, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And the flowers cost about 5 times more than regular flowers cost.
Can we just go down to Safeway and get flowers?
Yeah.
How are your daughters married now?
Yes.
And so you've already gone through this.
I've already gone through it.
Okay.
And the other thing that I did, which was really stupid.
Oh boy.
I watched Father of the Bride.
Okay.
And I sat. It's a comedy, and
yes,
I sat there and I cried.
You cried through it, really?
Yeah.
You are something else. You've already referenced Stripes on this show and Father of the Bride. You're on something.
I got a lot more.
You got a lot more.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind. I've got Heidi Hummel. She's we have to go to the
Heidi.
women. Oh, she's fantastic.
I love Father of the Bride.
Wasn't that a great movie?
Such a cute movie.
Heidi, would you consider having your wedding sponsored?
If it was like, I like getting a liquor rep to do it, or Oscar de la Renta brought to you.
Sponsor your dress.
Yeah, and the wedding party.
Wait, if the dress had like a logo on it, you'd be okay with it?
No, we'll just he'll design it and then we'll put signs.
Okay, so there is a limit in there.
But what if it's like fries? Like, this wedding's brought to you by your neighborhood fries.
I'm just saying.
How much money are they giving me?
Yeah, well, okay, what if, isn't that what it comes down to?
And if we could make the signs tasteful, I'd go for it.
But I think this is all part of the changing marriage traditions and changing, maybe not just because of money, but the way people look at weddings and marriage.
A good one to have would be Trajan wealth.
Okay, start off on the right foot.
Jeff
Jr. appreciates you bringing that up.
There you
Thank
go.
you. That's very nice of you. Yeah. But the concept of, I don't see as many big weddings as I used to because they're just too darn expensive, right?
I think elopements are getting a lot more popular.
Elopements are more popular.
In fact, a lot of parents, I have a lot of friends that have done this. They told their daughters, if you go ahead and if you elope, I'll give you the money.
We'd rather just give you a check.
Right. Give you a check.
Skip out on this.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, but how about this? How many couples do you think would take the party, the wedding, because that's how I call it, a party, or like the down payment on the house?
I'd take the down payment on the house.
Do you see what I'm saying? Which would you rather have?
I would rather have the down payment on the house.
Because I think people going into debt to pay for their wedding is one of the craziest things I've ever heard of.
It is crazy.
I was like, boy, you're starting in the hole.
And you have to buy that big rock that goes on the finger too.
Yeah.
So you're starting out,
right
in the hole.
Yeah.
Don't you feel like weddings are kind of for the parents?
Weddings are for the girl. Yeah. Weddings are for the bride.
My mom would kill me if I eloped.
Weddings are for the bride. Every guy I know is like, you just tell me what color the tuxedo has to be, I'll show up. Tell me where the church is. They're not involved in that.
Right.
Right? It's for the girls.
And from my perspective, that's how I found it. It was for the girls.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right. Hey, Heidi, we appreciate your input in this. Thank you so very much for that. Hey, coming up next, we want to take a look at what's going on at Sky Harbor and the ripple effect it's having on airports around the country. Are you flying tonight? Are you flying this weekend? We want to give you the latest. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's Gatos. Let's talk about how more homes are on the market right now in the Valley. What does that mean for you? It means that you're a buyer and you have more choices. We've got some sellers that are moving out because maybe they're buying another home. Maybe it's a new build. And what we're seeing is some of those home prices dropping. That is a good thing for you. The One Mortgage team will tell you this all day long. Don't play the waiting game. Do not play the waiting game or you will miss out. And once it turns, there will be more competition. It is a buyer's market right now. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market again. Call the Lund Mortgage team. They're going to get you pre-approved for a loan. They're going to get you pre-approved for a mortgage. and they'll hold your hand throughout the entire thing. They'll make sure they get you the lowest rates and the lowest fees. LundMortgage.com, 623-875-9940. Tell them Gato sent you.
I grew up here. I'm raising my kids here. This is my home. I feel a real responsibility to this land and to this community. At Resolution Copper, it's my job to balance development and preservation. You know, this will be one of the most water-efficient mines of its kind. That's a big deal. Everyone who works here calls this place home. We're going to protect it.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
The federal government shutdown. When will it end? How will Arizona be affected?
Members of the House have been told they won't be needed back for votes next week. It's a sign the shutdown will drag on. Democrats continue filibustering a House-passed bill that would reopen the government, insisting that Republicans add in Obamacare tax credits and reverse recent cuts to Medicaid.
Stay with Arizona's news station for breaking news about the federal government shutdown on 92.3, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com. And get ready for the workday. Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com. And get ready for the workday.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5:30. I'm Heidi Hommel. Washington, D.C. is experiencing an upheaval with federal firings and final paychecks. Here's ABC's Christiane Cordero on the fallout from the week-and-a-half-long government shutdown.
Democrats are blaming House Speaker Mike Johnson for sending House Republicans home this week, and House Republicans are saying that we had a continuing resolution that had the bare bones to keep the lights on at the Capitol, and Democrats refused to acknowledge that. So there's no doubt that every tick of the clock now is getting more consequential. This is the last paycheck that federal workers expect to receive until the government is back open, and even that is a partial paycheck reflecting their work through September 30th.
The widow of late Senator John McCain has suffered a second stroke. Cindy McCain had a stroke in 2004 and another one this week. Vascular neurology director at Honor Health, Dr. David Wang, explains there is a 25% chance stroke survivors will have a second stroke in their lifetime, with the highest risk in their first year of the initial stroke.
Even though sometimes with all these good treatment or prevention around, and people may still have another one, but 20-some years later have another recovery event is kind of rare.
She's home in Arizona recovering, but plans to return to Rome in 4 to 6 weeks to continue her role as the head of the United Nations World Food Program. Last week, Cardinals fans watched in dismay as the Tennessee Titans overcame a 21-6 deficit, scoring 16 unanswered points and winning the game. Arizona Sports' Tyler Drake joined Arizona's Morning News to give us a stat that makes the Titans win against the Cardinals just that much more unbelievable.
There was 1.8% chance for the Titans to win the game, I think, in the fourth quarter at some point.
The Cardinals hope to rebound off that loss this week as they face off against the Indianapolis Colts. You can watch that game live on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Out in Phoenix, we have a new crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Santan Freeway, southbound near Elliott Road. Phoenix disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp, State Route 51 northbound near 32nd Street. Glendale, that disabled vehicle still on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Agua Fria, westbound near 59th Avenue. And Scottsdale, we still have that crash being cleaned up on the Loop 101 freeway southbound near Sharple Road. This report is brought to you by Day Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $59 AC tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit daynightair.com. Conditions apply. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overcast skies with a low near 76 degrees tonight. You can expect thunderstorms throughout your weekend with a high of 88 degrees on Saturday and 83 on Sunday. It's 87 degrees in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Heidi Hommel on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Well, Donna, here, if you go for a moonlight stroll, where are you more likely to die? Arizona or Nebraska? Find out Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
All righty. Hey, we're back into it right now. Matt Salmon in for Gatos today. Thank you for coming in on a Friday.
Great to be here.
Do appreciate it. So I know a lot of folks flying, they thankfully it is not the heavy travel part of the year.
Right.
Thanksgiving,
Christmas,
yeah, or summer vacations, or holidays.
Yeah.
We're not at that point.
Or I think we'd be in big trouble.
Well, like I was going to say, but we are certainly seeing issues, not just at Sky Harbor, where they are a variety of delays. We're seeing 15 to 45-minute flight delays, which is not the end of the world.
Right.
Unless you have a connection somewhere.
Rather a flight delay. What's that old bumper sticker? Better to be 20 minutes late down here than 20 years early up there.
Okay, fair enough. Wow. Look at you. You got a million of them. I had no idea, man. But we're seeing, I call it the ripple effect. Nashville. Roughly 40,000 flyers were delayed, and some of them by many hours because of not enough air traffic controllers.
Right.
And so the weak point in the system right now is air traffic controllers.
And that's because of the government shutdown, and that's because people don't like the idea of not getting paid for what they do, and some of them are calling in sick.
And so air traffic control, they're unionized.
Right.
But by law, they can't go on strike. Does that go back to Reagan?
That goes back to Reagan. He fired them all. Right.
Yeah. When they went on strike.
Right. When they went on strike.
Right. I'm trying to remember all that.
Right.
It's coming back to me now.
Very
yes.
good.
But I wonder if these, what do you want to call them? Rotating sick days. They're basically burning through their sick days right now. If it's coordinated in some way, shape, or form.
Well, I don't see how it's not, unless it's just a big coincidence. And do you believe in the Easter Bunny?
No, I don't think so. Yeah. They said they do not condone members, the union, taking action that would compromise the safety of the nation's airspace.
Wow,
yeah, but
that means a lot to me.
I got a bit of a fever. I don't think I can come in today. I don't think it's going to happen. Now, I have a friend that's a pilot, by the way. Shout out to Captain Dan. And I asked him about the safety issue, because this is something that's important to you, I know.
Right.
And he said, it's not a safety issue because they're slowing it down. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
And he said, the reason you have delays is because there are fewer air traffic controllers and they don't overload them with planes. So they're still doing the same amount of work they would do. But if there's 3 guys in a tower and one didn't show up, they just cut the flights by a third. They just slow it all down.
So it just makes everything basically late.
It gums everything up.
It makes everything late.
Yeah. And they have more
And there's
space.
a ripple effect.
Right. And you're starting to see it. I wonder if, so I think today was the last day that the TSA got their checks.
Okay.
They got it for 2 weeks ago, right? You get paid
and
2 weeks ago.
And now they're not going to.
They're not going to see another
check. Yeah, you're always
check.
paid two weeks after. Right.
And so they're if the TSA stops or starts getting sick suddenly, we're really going to have an issue.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you saw after 9/11, which is the worst thing we can think of, how air travel was so fundamental to our economy, how everything works.
And it really hurt the economy.
It was terrible.
Right.
All the airlines badly went out of business, for goodness sakes. I wonder if that would be the pressure point. So as a former member of Congress, thinking about congressmen and senators today, are constituents screaming bloody murder at them because the airport's got a 6-hour delay or there aren't enough TSA agents?
That's going to be part of it, but how about the lobbyists for the big airline guys that are really frustrated because their profits are way down?
Okay, so you're peeling.
Oh, you want me to come to your fundraiser?
You're peeling back the.
I'm peeling back the onion.
Yeah, this is so. What happens behind the curtain is, yeah, I might get some calls from constituents back at the home office,
right?
But when the big donors and the lobbyists start giving me grief, then I pay attention.
That's sad but true, because every member of Congress, I can tell you, and I please don't call me cynical, but I can tell you what every member of Congress's biggest desire is. To be reelected.
Reelected, yeah. And the minute you get elected, you start working on getting reelected.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, that's the gig.
That's so, in fact, that's where about 95% of them are.
So how do you think, what is this shutdown? What are we? We're week 2.
Right.
And not going to stop tonight. So we're going to go into week 3 next week. Does this shutdown, is it different from previous ones, including ones that you were part of?
The only thing that's really different about it is that before, both sides ended up agreeing to put a special funding bill through to make sure that the military was getting paid their salaries.
And that failed.
And that failed.
That vote failed today.
That failed, right.
Yeah, or they didn't hold a vote, or again, this is like Robert's Rules of Order, and I can't keep track.
They couldn't get by cloture.
Couldn't get by cloture to even get to the point of voting.
Right.
They had to vote on the vote.
Right.
And they didn't get
they
the
had
vote
to vote
on
the vote, and they voted, and they didn't get enough votes.
Wow. So, yeah, we know that, again, starting next week, the 15th, next Wednesday, active duty service members
will not be getting paid.
Will not be getting paid. And we have people that are literally in harm's way right now.
And when you think about, what their salaries are to begin with, I can guarantee you that the lion's share of them are living from paycheck to paycheck.
Absolutely.
So this is going to be, it'll be devastating.
Well, and if you're deployed somewhere, that money's going back to
your family,
your wife or whatever, your family back home.
Right. Right.
And
absolutely.
Suddenly, how are you paying for rent? How are you buying groceries?
And the banks, they're not going to say, well, you don't have to pay your mortgage because you didn't get your paycheck. I mean, it's going to be very, very tough on some of these families.
So you think this is going to keep going, though?
I do.
And so there isn't a pressure point now that you think is going to change it.
Because right now, I don't see that there are the votes. I mean, there's three things that the Democrats are asking for to reopen the government. And let's be really clear about this. Every time that the government shut down I was part of, it was the Republicans that got blamed because we were the ones
empowered.
Right. Now the Democrats are the ones that are holding, keeping
they're in the minority,
but they're keeping the votes from getting to cloture.
In the Senate.
Okay. And that's, yeah, exactly, because the House already passed.
The House already passed it because the House has a Republican majority.
Right. And the Senate cannot get it to the floor because they have to get past cloture, 60 votes.
Right.
And they can't get there. And so ultimately,
it's designed that way so that you have to negotiate.
It's a blame game.
No, well,
yeah, but there are pressure points. The three things that the Democrats are asking for, they're saying, number one, that they want the subsidies for Obamacare extended indefinitely. The second thing that they're asking for is that Trump can't use any of the presidential powers anymore to rescind dollars. To
money
claw
that's
back,
already been
dollars,
already been appropriated by Congress.
Right. And then the third thing is, what was it? I can't remember the third thing.
Fair enough.
But the fact is, I cannot see Congress getting there. When you think about these subsidies for Obamacare,
I mean, is that a line in the sand for both sides?
I think it is pretty much for both sides, because so many of the people that are getting subsidies are people that are far, far above, the poverty level. And I think a lot of folks feel like, why should they be getting this subsidy?
Well, and listen, we still run at a deficit. There are no more fiscal conservatives. They don't exist. So we continue to spend money like a drunken sailor on shore leave. Absolutely. Yep. And nothing changes. It doesn't matter the RD, doesn't matter who runs any of it. Everybody spends money they don't have.
And it's like Ronald Reagan said, the closest thing we're ever going to see on earth to eternal life is a government program.
and Ron was right. Yes,
he was right.
Reagan was right. All right. Hey, we've got a check of the headlines on the way. Heidi Hommel will do that for us, get you up to speed on everything. Also, a quick check of the traffic. How are soybeans impacting the world right now? There's a pretty crazy story going on. If you're not a soybean farmer, you might not be aware of it. We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, my house is freshly painted on the inside, and my house looks brand new. My wife and I had discussed for a while getting the Arizona Painting Company to paint the inside of the home. We wanted different colors. We wanted a lighter color. We wanted it to be brighter. We didn't want the beige really anymore. And so we hired the Arizona Painting Company. And, a lot of folks, maybe this is you're kind of worried about, I don't know how to pick the paint colors. Well, they have a color design specialist who will mock up a rendering of your home to help make the process of choosing a color easier. You don't have to fight your spouse about, well, I like this white. Well, this white is different. Well, this white has a little blue in it. Well, let them help you. They helped us pick the right color. We're super happy. All jobs are inspected. They want you to be happy with your home. There's always an on-site foreman checking in. You always know where you stand. To hire the Arizona Painting Company, text the word paint to 620-620.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey,
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works at Aspire Allergy and Sinus. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's aspireallergy.com.
KTAR News Flash.
Coming up on 546, I'm Heidi Hommel, and this is what you need to know right now. Plan ahead if you're flying today. Dozens of flights have been delayed at Sky Harbor. The airport says a number of factors could be to blame for the delays. The FAA's website cites staffing as a factor amid the continuing federal government shutdown. A woman is in custody after a hit-and-run crash that injured a Phoenix police officer early this morning. It happened just before 1 a.m. in the area of 7th Avenue and Indian School Road. The suspected hit-and-run driver was found a short time later. She could face a number of charges, including DUI. Flags at Arizona State buildings will be at half-staff Sunday in the memory of Timber Mesa firefighter EMT Glenn Collins. That order from Governor Katie Hobbs after Collins died in a crash while on his way to work October 3rd. He's the third Timber Mesa firefighter to lose his life over the last few weeks. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Just in Phoenix, disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder on the Loop 101 northbound near the I-10 eastbound Papago Freeway transition ramp. In Phoenix, we still have that crash on the right shoulder, Loop 202, Santan Freeway southbound near Elliott Road. This report is brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Celebrate every season with AZ Trim Light Smart LED lights, lifetime warranty, stunning colors, and holiday deals ending soon. Visit aztrimlight.com today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's Gatos. Are your windows leaking air? You need Advanced Window Products. Local, right here in the state of Arizona. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors for 39 years. Now is the best time to replace your windows. Why? Well, the seasons are changing. And with that comes a very good deal. Save $2,500 when you purchase 10 windows or more. Advanced Window Products. They have the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the entire state. From their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less. They even have financing available. Payments as low as $150 a month. That's it. Invest in your number one asset, your home. Call Advanced Window Products today. 480-764-2002. Ask for the Gatos Fall Sales Special. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. Advanced Window Products. Your window to a more beautiful home. Check them out at advancedwindows.com.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back, and we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, I'm Chris Merrill. The same East Valley town is becoming known as a pipeline for the future criminal minds of America is now worried that little hoodlums have a new getaway vehicle. The cops are having trouble keeping up. Where you're going to want to live if you have hopes of your progeny becoming the next Billy the Kid. Monday at 3 on The Chris and Joe Show.
All righty. We had some stock market issues today, if you will. Took a bit of a nosedive. It appears to be triggered specifically because of new threats of
China
tariffs on China.
100%.
Yeah.
100% on top of what they're already being tariffed.
It's ridiculous.
Right.
And a quick refresher for those of you that don't understand math, you pay tariffs. Just real quick, just in case it's a tax. You pay it.
Yeah, you pay it.
China does not pay tariffs.
No.
But soybean farmers have found themselves in the middle of this. I have friends in Iowa that grow soybeans.
Oh, you do?
I absolutely do. Outside of Knoxville, Iowa. Farmer Dwight and Miss Eileen, by the way. And I've been out in the soybean fields.
Have you?
I thought it was pretty interesting. It's kind of neat. You go out and do that. So I'm sure, along with all the other soybean farmers, I found this number. I want to tell you, this is what happens in a tariff war, a trade war.
Oh,
you ready?
It is a war.
You ready? Last year, China alone bought $12.6 billion worth of soybeans from the United States.
A lot of soybeans.
It's a lot of soybeans, right?
Yeah.
Do you know how much they bought after the second quarter this year?
Goose egg.
Zero.
That's right.
Not a single soybean.
Right.
Not one.
Right.
Brazil and Argentina went, yeah, we'll sell you soybeans, no problem.
Sure.
And so they have a new supplier. And they're not coming back.
And they're playing hardball.
Yeah. The problem is soybean farmers who
caught in the middle
thought they had a market for their soybeans.
Right. So who's going to be paying for that?
China was buying 50% of all soybeans produced in the United States.
So just tacking out of the national debt.
Oh God.
We're going to go ahead and I can script this out for you, Bruce.
I know.
It's going to be.
It drives me nuts, but go ahead.
We're going to basically subsidize those farmers for their losses, and the American taxpayer, again, who's already getting gouged on the tariffs, is going to get gouged one more time with the federal debt.
Here's the thing, too. If you believe the Chinese, and I mean, we'll see. I mean, markets are markets. There's a chance they'll never come back and buy soybeans here again. If they're going to get them cheaper, if they got a better supply chain, and if they think they have a steady supply coming out of somewhere else. So what do these soybean farmers do? Because I don't see Americans suddenly getting excited about tofu. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not going
to. Like we're not all going to just start eating tofu like it's going out of style as much as they've been trying to push it.
Right.
So we have a soybean glut right now.
Right. Well, and I don't know how easy it is to do, but they're going to have to change their crops.
Unbelievable.
I mean, in the long term, I think what you're saying is exactly right, Bruce. I mean, I think now this could all have a very, very happy ending.
Oh, tell.
Maybe China will come, hat in hand and negotiate with Trump, and we'll end up with some kind of a trade deal that we can all live with. I mean, and I'm not being facetious about that.
It could happen, absolutely.
That could definitely happen. And if that happens, they could go back to buying soybeans from
as part of the deal.
Yeah,
they'd say you got to buy X number of soybeans or whatever it might be. Yeah,
right.
But right now, regular farmers
it looks gloomy.
Just a lot of them family farms out in the Midwest growing soybeans are caught in the middle of this,
and it's going to be devastating.
Yeah,
I mean, it is devastating. When you look, what did you say, $12.5 billion?
That's how much they bought last year.
And now it's zero.
Yeah, that money just evaporated.
That's a lot of farmers that are without jobs.
Yeah, well, and again, they planted the soybeans a while ago.
Right.
Now they're sitting on stockpiles of soybean.
Exactly. So
no one to buy them.
And guys like you don't like tofu.
Won't touch it. Not going to touch it.
There you go.
It even looks. No, I don't like it at all. Checking the headlines are on the way. We've got Heidi Hummel. She's going to get you up to speed on all of the information you need. Also, we'll get you in on the traffic here on your Friday. Hopefully, there's not much going on out there. Check of the weather. And then up next, do opposites still attract? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Just about a week ago, my wife and I had an in-home consultation with my friends over at Southwest Blinds and Shutters. We're towards the end of a remodel, and the exclamation point on the remodel is going to be blinds and shutters. And we're starting to learn more about what we want. So TJ came over, he brought samples and visuals and did a rendering to help us imagine exactly how every window is going to look. Now, we're interested in the motorized shades. Oh, the way of the future, 2025, everything on your phone, right? Now your shades are on your phone too. And we have the October deal of a lifetime. Must mention Gatos, you get up to 25% off. Mention Gatos, you get 25% off over at Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Best in town. I want you to visit southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com, or stop into one of their 3 Valley showrooms.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Amazing Arizonans.
Conversations between Mike Broomhead and some incredible folks who live here.
I'm joined by Karen Taylor Robeson. Arizona sports host Dan Bickley is here. Former Congressman John Shadding.
Get the Amazing Arizonans podcast wherever you get your podcasts or the KTAR YouTube channel. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Heidi Hommel. Day 9 of the government shutdown, and tensions continue to rise between lawmakers. Political analyst Chuck Todd tells Arizona's Morning News it's going to take a third party to get the government reopened.
Look, this isn't going to end until Donald Trump's involved, and that's the issue. And guess what? He's not that interested in this yet.
He says air traffic controllers will have major influence in placing pressure on Congress. To listen to the full conversation, go to the Arizona's Morning News podcast on KTAR.com. The U.S. will deploy about 200 troops to help with the post-war transition in Gaza. The White House says they will be there to monitor the ceasefire agreement process, but the role will be limited. So says General Robert Abrams, the former commander for United States forces in Korea and an ABC News contributor.
And I think just by being present in the region, they'll be able to monitor the activities with the Israeli Defense Forces. And of course, they'll exchange liaisons with the IDF.
This is all part of Phase 1 of the ceasefire as Israel and the people of Gaza wait for the hostage and prisoner exchange.
And they were never allowed to go out if they were hungry.
A Valley nonprofit says elder abuse in the Valley is rising. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with the details.
Yeah, Heidi, the same trend is being reported by the Maricopa Association of Governments. Cindy Patterson with local nonprofit Area Agency on Aging explains how elder abuse can be different than domestic violence in general.
They are in a vulnerable situation and unable to possibly care for themselves, actually be able to report it. And that's how we determine between the two.
She adds many seniors don't know how to get assistance or know that it's out there, but emphasizes you can help.
Be the listening ear. Just sit there and listen and offer the resources. Believe them when they say that they are being isolated or being hurt and abused.
Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Datos report released by the Arizona Hispanic Chamber shows areas of concern for the Latino community in the state, one of which being visas. CEO of the Arizona Hispanic Chamber, Monica Villalobos, tells the Mike Broomhead Show business owners pay more for visas.
Those companies have to pay 25% more to get those workers outside of the country. And even when they offer 25% more to people in the U.S., they don't get the workers.
She says offering visas gives another opportunity to enter the states legally.
Eyes on Education.
Every week, community members and ASU students get together at ASU Game Day to play mariachi music, connecting to their roots, introducing others to Hispanic culture. Michael Flores, the ensemble's assistant director, says he started in the Monday night group and feels a connection to the music itself.
Mariachi music is the best way to express it. Even if you don't understand what we're saying, but you hear you hear the beautiful notes from the violin, the trumpet, the rhythm that keeps the beat, the voices.
To read more education solution stories about Hispanic Heritage Month, go to KTAR.com/Arizona Education. It was a really bad day on Wall Street today. The Dow closed down almost 900 points to end at 45,479. The S&P finished down 182 points, and the Nasdaq ended down 820 points. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's take it to the streets for a check on traffic with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Out in Mesa, debris spotted on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Greenfield Road. Phoenix, also debris blocking the right lane. State Route 51 northbound near Indian School Road. Phoenix, again, crash blocking the right lane on the Durango curve / I-17 southbound near the I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound transition. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BB, and the winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericanRoofingCo.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's going to be a cloudy night across the valley with a low near 76 degrees. Tomorrow's high only 88 with a 60% chance we'll get some thunderstorms. Those chances for thunderstorms will carry on throughout the weekend with a high of just 83 on Sunday. It's 83 degrees in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Weather replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Heidi Hommel on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3 on a Friday. Many people say, including myself, the best of the hours out there. In for Gatos today is one Matt Salmon. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, good to be here.
Outstanding. Appreciate you coming in on a Friday also.
Absolutely.
You know, but it's not too bad, right?
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Okay. Hey, we're going to talk a little bit about the modern dating world. And I don't know if you know this, but in our midst right now, we have someone that actually does a podcast about what it's like to be dating in the modern world. Joining us right now, the Heidi Monster, Heidi Hommel, not only doing the news. I'm going to give you a chance to promote your pod.
Okay, it's called Chronically Single.
Chronically Single.
You can follow it on YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts.
Okay.
Or give it a follow on Instagram, Chronically Single Pod.
Hello.
Yes.
And I do. So I saw this, and I thought of you when I saw it. Okay. And it was a new study that said more and more women say they would rather stay single than compromise on their political beliefs. In other words, they don't want to date someone who is, I'll use the term politically opposite. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing there's a range.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
The political spectrum is a range.
Hello, thank you. It's not all or nothing. Have you run into do you see this manifesting itself?
I mean, I'm definitely guilty of this. I'll try and bait guys on a first date. drop some comments, about.
So you try to find out.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you don't want to waste time. So if it's not going to work. But
what do you think about that federal deficit?
Yeah. How do you bring that up over appetizers?
How inclined are they even with the news cycle? But what's funny is on your dating apps, which I'm active on, you can put liberal or conservative.
It's like you when you fill out a profile.
Yeah, but those are the only options I'm pretty sure is liberal or conservative, or just don't put it on there at all.
Yeah.
And so I don't have anything on there at all because I don't really feel like I fit into either.
I'm a libertarian. How come I don't get the third choice? It's really ticking me off.
But so before I used to, without showing my cards, if I would see a guy that leaned one of those ways and I didn't like it, it was kind of a deal breaker out the gate. And I've recently changed my tune on this.
Oh, okay.
Because I think the more polarized things have gotten, the more I've kind of gone to the middle. And I think you really need to get to know why people feel the way they do about certain topics.
Okay.
Give everyone a shot, But then bring those up on a first date to talk about what issues are important to you and why do you feel those way about those issues. I think that's more important than just what political parties
so if they could intelligently articulate their beliefs, even if it wasn't exactly
even if you don't agree with it.
Yes.
Then at least they're thoughtful.
Exactly. This was kind of the situation with me and my ex. We were registered differently. But when we talked about the issues, we agreed, 9 times out of 10.
Right. Well, the idea that that if somebody self-identifies as an R and somebody self-identifies as a D, that they disagree on everything, well, that's just ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
No, there might be individual key points around there, but it's not everything you disagree on, for God's sakes.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I think, I'm thinking of your parents. I'm thinking of my parents. I don't think they grew up in an age when that was a thing.
No, and I remember being a kid and my parents fighting about who they're going to vote for president, right? Like, one was Gore, one was Bush.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, you had a civil war going on inside the house.
You have some hanging chads at your house?
Yeah. Well, I just think it's really interesting. Again, and when you see this, they did a big study, and they found that it's really more on the female side. That's why I wanted to bring you in, Heidi, is that the women are the ones who are, dare I say, drawing the line.
Okay.
Because us beggars can't be choosers. I mean, look at us. For goodness sakes, what chance do we have, right?
I mean, you go on a date and she's gorgeous and she's thoughtful and she
laughs at your jokes.
She laughs at your jokes
and knows all your movie references.
And then it knows all my movie references. And then she says, "Okay, how do you feel about politics?" I would just say, "How do you want me to feel?"
Yeah, you tell me. I'm willing to change as of right now.
You know what's a deal breaker for me, and this has happened? If he's never voted or doesn't vote.
Really?
Yes.
So if they're not engaged, you're like,
at all.
come on.
I think that is actually relevant.
Just because I'm so involved in the news and covering politics, I'm like, you don't care. Like, whether you vote or not, it affects you.
Right.
You got to have some skin in the game.
Well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I like
I
that.
think that's,
Yeah.
You got to,
And you'd be surprised how many single guys out there don't vote.
Well, listen, I'm not surprised when you take a look at, like, when you look at demographics. Well, remember, you have all these times, the kids are all going to vote this time. No, they're not. They never do. They never do.
And it's funny, but, you got these guys that are running for office this year, running for major office, and they've never voted.
What?
That's crazy.
Or they haven't voted in the last several elections. And now I finally found out why it's so important. So I not only am going to vote, but I'm going to run for Congress, too.
Slightly skeptical when that happens.
Color me skeptical.
Yeah, okay. I'm not the only one then. Yeah, but I mean, it's interesting because when you say this, I'm pretty sure my parents voted for different presidents.
Right?
I'm pretty sure they did.
It didn't used to be a big deal before.
But I don't remember it being a thing. Do you know what I'm saying?
No.
Like, I don't think my dad ever thought my mom was going to vote the same way he did,
Right. Right.
But I know marriages that have ended over Donald Trump.
Well, is it the Trump era? It's Trump era that changed it all.
I think it's just very polarized.
Yeah. I mean, the Mitt Romney Obama didn't break up people.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Like, that wasn't the end. That's it. Forget it. I'm out.
I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't enough of that, the extremes, if you will.
It's gotten progressively worse every year. In fact, when I was in office in the 90s and Bill Clinton was president, and then when I went back in 2012.
Did you vote to impeach him?
I did.
Yeah.
I did vote to impeach him.
Yeah. I want that on the record.
Okay, well, it's on the record. But, it had changed a lot. And I'll tell you.
It was pretty contentious back then.
It was and it wasn't. There were a lot of people in the middle. There were a lot more moderates back there at that time, for one thing.
You meant in Congress?
In Congress, yeah. But the other thing that really changed everything and turned the whole system on its head, social media.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I think so. We had a conversation about it where I think looking at us, we grew up in a time when you self-identified maybe by religion. Or maybe by, there were all these different things.
What school you went to.
Okay, by your college alma mater.
Right.
Or maybe your job. It wasn't, you didn't self-identify by politics.
Not at all.
And certainly not by politicians.
Right, not at all.
I met President Reagan. I thought he was a really neat guy.
He was a neat guy.
I never wore a T-shirt. I can tell you that. I wasn't going to fly a flag off of my car. I mean, I thought he was a neat guy and all, but,
Right.
I mean, it just, that wasn't a thing. Like, I would
put
never
bumper
say,
stickers
like,
on my car either.
Good for you. But
Did
I
not
mean,
do that.
it wouldn't be something when I had a conversation with somebody, I would bring up who the president was or who I voted for. It just wasn't part of the conversation.
No, and I think that it's just one more aspect of why the big division right now in our country. I mean, the politics is what we're focusing on right now, but instead of focusing on our similarities and the things that we have in common and the things that actually unify us, we're focusing on
the things that divide us.
What divides us,
yeah. I don't disagree.
And if we don't fix it, we're headed for some serious trouble, I think.
I wonder what the fix looks like. I just don't know. Because I think if we're waiting for a savior to come in riding on a white horse, it ain't going to happen.
I don't think one savior is going to do it. I think it's going to take a bunch of people standing up and speaking and saying, you know what, we can disagree without being so darn disagreeable.
Well, I like to remind people that when everybody says, oh, it's right versus left, I go, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
There's a fringe right, there's a fringe left, and then the majority of us are in the middle and don't associate with any
There's
of
a
them.
continuum.
I go, come on.
Yeah. There's a political continuum.
You got it.
And ultimately, I think, like you said, most people are in the middle.
Yeah. They go back and forth. They hold views that are consistent with maybe both political parties.
Right.
You know?
Well, the fastest growing party is actually a non-party. It's the independents.
Independents, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. All right. Hey, we've got a check of the headlines. The Heidi Monster is going to do that for us. Thank you for contributing, by the way. What is it again? Chronically Single. There you go. The Chronically Single pod. You can check it out and follow her adventures, if you will. Quick check of the headlines. She's got that for us. And coming up next, it's the Stream Team. We're going to tell you what you should or maybe you shouldn't be streaming this weekend. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me, I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore ugly bars or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:16, I'm Heidi Hommel, and this is what you need to know right now. The U.S. Small Business Administration has approved a disaster declaration following recent flooding in Gila County. The move will provide support for small businesses, nonprofits, and residents who continue to recover from the floods that took place between September 25th and 27th. More rain is expected in the area this weekend. No one was seriously hurt after a plane flipped over early this afternoon at Deer Valley Airport. The Phoenix Fire Department tells us it happened just after 12:30. The pilot was able to get out without any assistance and declined a trip to the hospital. The cause of the crash is now being looked at by federal investigators. A Phoenix police officer is recovering after suffering minor injuries in a hit-and-run crash early this morning. It happened just before 1 a.m. in the area of 7th Avenue and Indian School Road. The suspected hit-and-run driver was located a short time later and taken into custody. She could face a number of charges, including DUI. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Out in Phoenix, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Peoria Avenue. Phoenix crash block in the right lane on the Durango curve / I-17 southbound near I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound transition ramp. And in Mesa, we still have the debris blocking the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Greenfield Road. And lastly, Phoenix, again, another debris block in the right lane. State Route 51 northbound near Indian School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Matt Saman in for Gatos.
Appreciate it. Hey, and a quick shout out to everyone listening in Whitman, Arizona. We've got listeners in Whitman, the Whitmantonians, the Whitmanians. That one. All right, the Whitmanites?
Whitmanites.
That's not what they're called, because there's no chance they're the Whitmanites. But we don't know. Thank you for listening in Whitman. Thank you guys very much. Big shout out to you guys. All right, time for the Stream Team. It's brought to you by Life Changer Loan. And we're going to talk about what we have been streaming. This is something Gatos and I do, but you're here today, Mr. Salmon. And so I would love for you to go first and tell us something that you recently watched streaming and that you would maybe recommend to the audience.
Last night, I actually watched a documentary on Netflix called Unknown Number.
Unknown Number.
Did it creep me out.
Okay.
A high school girl in Michigan was cyberbullied for more than a year.
And who turned out to be the suspect shocked everyone. It was so bad to the point where I didn't want to even go to school anymore.
It was relentless.
When they involve the FBI, you can just see how fast this escalates.
One phone number that kept coming up.
We got to nail this son of a...
Okay, so this is a documentary. This is a real story.
Yeah.
Unknown number.
It was crazy.
Don't give it all away.
I won't give it all away, but it was
it
was a little podunk city in Michigan.
Okay.
And these two freshmen, a girl and a boy, they ended up becoming boyfriend and girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And their families got to be really, really close together, so much so that they would do barbecues all together all the time, and got to be really, really good friends. Anyway, the young lady starts getting these really horrible texts, bad-mouthing her, saying you're anorexic, you're ugly.
And this is the unknown number, coming from an unknown
number. And then the boy starts getting them too, and
they're getting harassed, like cyberbullied.
But after all was said and done, it was like over the course of about 2 years, like tens of thousands of texts, all the way from 24 hours a day. I mean, they would
Constant.
come at 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning.
I heard the thing. The police were involved. The FBI was involved.
So the police got involved. And they ended up blaming all these different people during the process.
Right.
Then it was such a bad deal. They finally got the FBI involved, the cyber crimes.
Okay.
One of the cyber crimes experts.
Sick them on it.
And he was able to actually nail it down, and it shocked the heck out of me.
Really? Okay, so it's one of those ones you get to the end, you're like, what?
It's a big shocker.
Okay.
And so, I mean, for one thing, there's the creep factor. You just wonder, how could anybody send those kind of texts over and over and over again? And then, with the shocker.
When you learn why.
It's like, whoa.
Okay. It's called Unknown Number.
Unknown Number.
It's on Netflix?
And it's not a series.
It's like a movie all in one.
But it's only like an hour and a half.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you can knock it off in one sitting.
Knock it out tonight. Yeah. On Netflix.
It's really good.
Okay. I got a Netflix show also. It's the number one, it said on the thing, on the little ranking. And it is terrifying. And I like serial killers, but this one is rough. It's called Monster, the Ed Gein story.
What shocks you most about him? How did he do it? What was his childhood like?
There's something real dark about you, Eddie Gein.
You're the one can't look away.
Okay. It gives me goosebumps listening to that. So this is a true story. This is an 8-part series.
Right.
The Monster series, they've already done a couple others. They did Jeffrey Dahmer was one of the others, and so they've done these series, if you will, on them. So here's what I want to tell you. You may not know the name Ed Gein. You may not know. But his real life story was the inspiration behind Psycho, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, those all creep me out beyond measure.
And it was real with him. He grew up in, this all happened in Plainfield, Wisconsin, small town, Wisconsin.
Wow.
And this would have been in the 40s is when this all started. He was a prolific serial killer, body snatcher, mutilator. It is, listen, don't watch it at night. This is something you want to watch like when the sun's still up.
I heard that there were tons of women that couldn't take a shower after Psycho.
I wouldn't
when
be
Janet
surprised.
Leigh gets stabbed in the shower.
I wouldn't be
remember?
surprised. So, this one is, listen, it's amazingly acted. The British actor, Charlie Hunnam, plays, he was in The Gentleman.
Oh, yeah. He was also
Sons
in
of Anarchy.
Yeah, Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah.
I loved that series.
Yeah, and here's the thing everybody talks about, his voice. He has this kind of like high-pitched little, like effeminate voice that he uses. And apparently Ed Gein had a very distinctive voice. Now, whether he nailed it or not, thankfully I never met Ed Gein, so I don't have to worry about it, you know. But it
was
is
everything factual in it, as far as you know?
Oh, yeah.
Everything was completely factual.
It is based on what they know and what they ended up proving about him and his life and his family and kind of how it started and how this depravity grew. I almost think they put it out in October because it's near Halloween, because this is creepy. I'm just telling you, it's creepy.
Did it like make you nauseated or anything? Was it gross?
I would tell you this.
Was it gross?
I turned my head a couple times.
Did you?
I closed my eyes a couple times. I don't like horror movies, but I love like serial killer stuff. I'm just fascinated by it. But I turned away a couple times, like, oh, I can't watch that. That's a little much. So it is called Monster, the Ed Gein story. It is on Netflix. It's the number one streaming program right now, TV show on Netflix. And again, it's from the same people that did the Jeffrey Dahmer story.
Did you binge watch it?
No, I broke it up because I get weirded out. I was a little weirded out by it. I was like, ugh.
How long has it been out?
Oh, just a couple weeks, or maybe a week and a half. Yeah.
But you've seen all the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are they each, like about an hour?
Hour, roughly. Yeah. So you're gonna have to spend some time with it. But again, my suggestion: you watch it when the sun's up. I do not want to run into that at night. Checking the headlines on the way. Heidi Hummel is going to do that for us, and then coming up next, we've got judges taking on Trump. Where does this put the National Guard? We'll talk to ex-Congressman Stanton about it. I can't believe I said that. Are you kidding me? We're going to talk.
Different party, different guy.
We're talking about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000. Or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, That's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
It's Gatos. Call my friends at Advanced Window Products. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. When's the best time to replace your windows? It's right now. The Gatos Fall Sale is in full swing, and I want you to call Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. It's the Gatos Fall Sales Event. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, warping, or maybe have condensation between the panes, it is time to get those windows replaced, and it is time to save money and save on your energy bill as well. Most homes' windows and doors can be installed in just one day. It's the Gatos Fall Sales Event. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. 480-764-2002 or visit them, advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. I'm Heidi Hommel. Israel and Hamas have agreed on a ceasefire and have started taking steps toward releasing hostages. Political analyst Chuck Todd tells Arizona's Morning News President Trump's bullying negotiation style helped with this deal.
There aren't other presidents who would have been comfortable engaging the way Trump engaged. So this was a unique situation.
He says people need to give time to see if the peace will last and expects dramatic changes in Middle Eastern politics after the war. Arizona continues to be at the center of semiconductor research and manufacturing in the country, and ASU is playing a major role with its brand new Materials to Fab Center.
It's a shared lab space in which both ASU faculty and students, as well as applied materials researchers, as well as other industry partners, and really do cutting-edge research and development.
Sally Morton, the vice president of Knowledge Enterprise at ASU, says students will be trained on the latest and greatest microchip producing tools, which will help them compete for jobs within the industry after they graduate. This Sunday, the Cardinals hope to rebound off of last week's 22-21 loss against the Tennessee Titans as they face off against the 4-1 Indianapolis Colts. Tyler Drake, co-host of the Cardinals Corner podcast, joined Arizona's Morning News to give us his opinion on this week's matchup.
This Colts team is legit, probably the most complete team they'll play up to this point, both offensively and defensively.
Kickoff will be at 10 a.m., and you can catch the game live on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7. Game 4 of the WNBA Finals is underway with the Phoenix Mercury facing elimination, down 3-0 against the Las Vegas Aces. Right now, at the bottom of the third quarter, the Mercury are trailing the Aces 66-54. College football, the number 21 ranked Arizona State University Sun Devils are on the road to face Utah tomorrow night, and the Arizona Wildcats host number 18 BYU. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Out in Phoenix, we have a crash block in the center lane on the Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near 7th Avenue. Mesa, we still have that disabled vehicle on the right shoulder. Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Country Club Drive. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp on State Route 51 northbound near 32nd Street. And Phoenix again, disabled vehicle on the left shoulder on the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound near the I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound transition ramp. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy skies with a low of 76 degrees tonight, a high of 88 tomorrow, and a 60% chance for some thunderstorms, a 50% chance for thunderstorms on Sunday as well, with a high of just 83. It's finally cooling down. It's 83 degrees in Ahwatukee. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Weather replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Heidi Hommel on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
If the federal government shutdown rolls into a third week,
it will.
What are the specific economic concerns for Arizona? This is Jim Sharp. LaDonna Harvey and I will explore that on Money Monday on Arizona's Morning News.
All right, Jim. I feel confident it's going to roll into a third week, Jim, because it's Friday night, and Congress isn't even talking, are they?
No, they're not talking.
Yeah. So
in fact, I believe the Senate just went home.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
and I can tell you this: when I was in the shutdowns, we didn't leave town at all.
Oh, really?
Ever? Nope.
Because of the possibility, hey, we could get together, we could vote, something could happen. And now they're going home like this, nothing can happen.
Right.
So that's by design.
That's by design.
All right. What don't you guys would show up on Mondays and leave on Thursdays? Isn't that how that gig worked?
It depended on the week. Some days we'd show up on Monday and leave on Thursday, and then or Tuesday, Friday.
Yeah.
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 But
right.
what's really interesting, Bruce, and what a lot of people don't understand is you have two jobs. Your job in Washington is policy.
Sure.
Federal policy. Your job back home is basically casework and
working for your constituents and dealing with that. Yeah, you have to get home at some point. I get that.
So yeah, and most of us went back and forth every week.
Well, when I'm elected king, we're not going to pay Congress when they're shutting down the government.
I'm with you on that one all the way.
I'm
with you on that all the way.
I'm gonna claw back money from them when I'm elected king, so we can get rid of all the
we have to
the
stand in line. You have to stand in line to be king.
Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah. Well, that's the only job I'm interested in is king. I'm the only one. I'm not interested in any of the other ones. I
want to be Duke of Earl.
Oh, okay. I think they made a song about you, for goodness sakes. Unbelievable. Hey, we've got judges now weighing in on the use of the National Guard in, well, specifically Oregon and Illinois.
Right.
Portland and Chicago. I don't think they're outside of the cities, right?
Right.
And they've issued stays, stops, whatever it is.
Right.
And
it's going to be appealed, and it's going to end up in the Supreme Court.
This is going to go to the Supreme Court.
And the Supreme Court will make the final call.
Yeah. Read the tea leaves for me.
Well, my personal belief is that they will side with the states on that.
That the states have control over the National Guard.
Before, the Posse Comitatus Act, which basically says that when it comes to dealing with local crime, that's a civilian. You don't bring in the military.
Right. That the local municipalities deal with it however they want.
Right.
I think it's also odd when you're sending in the National Guard from another state.
Right. Right.
Like, is there a precedent for that?
Yeah, it has happened before.
Okay.
Yeah, it has happened.
I'm just not
before.
aware of it.
No, it has happened before. But typically speaking, it would be a lot more cost effective and make a lot more sense to bring the National Guard from that state in.
You would use your National Guard.
But then it has to be a legitimate, like we've talked about this before, like Hurricane Katrina, like a natural disaster or something like that.
Earthquakes.
Or if there was a situation, like 9/11.
Yeah.
Where you have attacks on American soil from
foreign adversaries. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The National Guard, though, this is really redefining the role of the National Guard.
And it's not really what a lot of them signed up for.
Well, I'm going to say, the National Guard was never meant to be the president's police force.
No, the National Guard was really more involved with foreign entanglements.
Yeah. Right. And the idea
and that's the way it's always been.
And defending the nation in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, again, we've got the judges, and again, you're going to have these arguments going on, and as you said, it'll end up.
But ultimately, that decision is going to be made because in the history of our country, you've never seen the National Guard used in this way, at least in the modern history of our country.
Yeah. Right. And by the way, I would say rightfully so.
Right.
And there's been plenty of instances of unrest or crime or whatever.
Absolutely. There have been times, when I remember after the O.J. Simpson.
The riots in L.A.
Yeah.
They had put out by the National Guard.
They did not put in National Guard. No, they did
didn't?
not. No, they did not.
I thought that the governor asked for the National Guard. At the time, the California governor.
You might be right.
Whose name escapes me. It wasn't Brown. His name escapes me. I think he asked for the National Guard.
Willie Brown.
It wasn't Brown. I was thinking of Jerry Brown. That wasn't him. It was another one.
Jerry Brown. Excuse me.
Yeah. So, I mean, it does happen, but it happens when the governor of the state requests and asks for the help. And that's how the federal government can help. And I also
remember, I don't remember. I remember reading about it in history books. But remember when George Wallace did the segregation.
Wouldn't let the black kids go to school.
Yeah, and Kennedy sent in
the National Guard to escort kids into school.
Correct.
Yeah. I just, I think one of the things, and you just look at it and think, boy, these people just don't think this stuff through, is the precedents that are being set.
They'll live with this for a long time.
That you're cheering for are going to be shoved down your throat
by somebody you don't
at the next election that you
and
lose.
that's what I try to explain to people when people go on and on and on my side of the aisle about how wonderful it is that that our president is finally taking the law into his own hands and dealing with all these things. It's like, be careful what you wish for. He won't always be president. Maybe a president you don't like, and that president is going to use that same power to do something you hate.
Well, and this really gets into, you being a former congressman, I think it's interesting because it strikes me that when you look at how the Constitution's written, when you look at a separation of powers, that Congress is abdicating so much of its power, its responsibility to the president. They're just not
and they
doing
won't be able to
anymore.
get that back.
Right. Well, like once you give it away, good luck getting it back.
That's
right.
That's right. And it's very, very short-sighted. But politics is a lot like corporate America. Where they're concerned about the stockholders for this year. How many companies out there are really looking at a 10-year
plan? Right,
yeah.
right.
And
we got to get through next quarter.
And it's the same in this country. All I'm worried about is the next election.
Yeah.
And if I don't make people happy right now, right here and now, instant gratification, I'm not going to get reelected. So politics right now is very, very short-sighted.
Yeah. Do you think, again, I just get into this thing where I think it's jarring for people to see soldiers on city streets.
Yeah.
The polls say almost 60% of Americans don't like this.
Right.
Not in favor of it.
Right.
And I get, the thing I guess I would say is if you are in favor of it, then you're going to have to be okay with it on your streets.
Well,
in your neighborhood.
And ultimately, what if the federal troops are called out for something that you don't like?
Well, absolutely.
Like let's say they come into your school.
Yeah.
Because there's a shooting or something like that, and they come into your school and they take over the school.
Yeah. Or they go to confiscate guns.
Or they go to go door to door and start confiscating guns.
I have no idea what crazy thing would come out next. But when you start allowing this abuse of power,
it's hard.
The next person is looking at it going, "Can't wait to abuse that power."
It's hard to put the genie back in the bottle.
Yeah, say the least. He's Matt Salmon, former U.S. congressman, knows of what he speaks. Coming up next, this is interesting. And again, I'm glad I have you here. I got all these questions for you. Here in Arizona, we're down one congressperson.
Right, Grijalva.
Miss Grijalva has not been sworn in.
Right.
We're going to talk about that. It's coming up next.
We should.
Outspoken on KTAR.
It's Gatos. Gentlemen, have you noticed a lack of energy lately? Some brain fog going on, or maybe some trouble in the bedroom? Here's what's going on. You probably have low T. It's more common than you think. It's treatable. Let me send you to my friends at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You can lose fat, gain muscle. You can lose that dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. That is the solution. So, Red Mountain offers full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone. It is a game changer. You can book your free video consultation with one of their licensed doctors right this second. Time to regain your energy and your strength and vitality. So, for a limited time, Red Mountain will waive your startup fee if you mention Gatos. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain Weight Loss, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:44, I'm Heidi Hommel, and this is what you need to know right now. Head of the United Nations World Food Program, Cindy McCain, suffered a stroke this week and is now home recovering in Arizona. Vascular Neurology Director at Honor Health, Dr. David Wang, tells KTAR there are nearly 800,000 strokes in the United States every year, making it the leading cause of adult disability and the fifth leading cause of death. The Maricopa Association of Government says there's an increase in Valley seniors experiencing domestic violence. Arizona's Adult Protective Services has already seen more allegations of elder abuse this year than in all of 2024. Cindy Patterson with nonprofit Area Agency on Aging urges Arizonans to be a listening ear and find a way to help a senior if they're being abused. Governor Katie Hobbs has ordered flags flown at state buildings lowered to half-staff Sunday in memory of Timber Mesa firefighter EMT Glenn Collins. The 46-year-old lost his life in a crash while on his way to work October 3rd. Collins is the third Timber Mesa firefighter to lose his life over the last few weeks. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Heidi. Just in, Phoenix debris blocking the center lane, Loop 101 PMF Freeway westbound near 7th Street. Mesa, we still have that disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Country Club Drive. And Phoenix, again, disabled vehicle still blocking the exit ramp on State Route 51 northbound near 32nd Street. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
The federal government shutdown. When will it end? How will Arizona be affected?
21,000 flights were delayed this week. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is saying 53% of those delays were caused by sick calls. Duffy now saying workers who call out could be fired.
Stay with Arizona's news station for breaking news about the federal government shutdown on 92.3, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, and the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Mike Broomhead.
Never underestimate my ability to do something stupid. Instead of strong values, strong opinions.
Never
underestimate Mike's ability to do something stupid.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Start smart with Arizona's morning news.
Jonathan Gannon's understandable sideline outburst is going to cost him $100,000. The Arizona Cardinals have fined their head coach after he was seen berating Emari DeMarcado Sunday and then slapping his shoulder pads. I do not condone violence.
Arizona's morning news, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, Big Q poll. Even though Gatos isn't here, we still do the Big Q poll, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Here's today's question. Why do you think House Speaker Mike Johnson hasn't sworn in Arizona Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva? Did I pronounce her name properly?
Yes, you did.
Amazing.
I think you did very well.
A, the House is out of session. B, the government is shut down. C, the Epstein files. D, other. You want to vote? You want to take a guess?
I think
you see if you have your finger on the pulse.
It's all about politics. I mean, it always is.
So you're going with government shutdown?
No.
Epstein?
I think it probably has something to do with the discharge petition.
With the discharge. Okay, so you're going to Epstein files. I'll agree with you on that, and I'll say, but I think it'll be split 57%. Government shutdown 42, Epstein 39. Wow. So it's pretty close in there. Yeah. So it is interesting because, you were elected, you were sworn in. Now, it wasn't a special election. To be fair,
I was sworn in on the first day of the
when they do
session,
everybody, right?
Where everybody gets sworn in.
Representative-elect Grijalva, representing
her father passed away,
Tucson.
and she was elected in a special election.
When I grew up in Tucson, he was there. He'd been there forever, right?
Oh, he was there forever. He was a county supervisor before that.
Yeah, I'd known the name Raul Grijalva like my whole life.
Yeah, he was an institution there.
So she was elected to take her father's seat, basically, in a special election after
she won
passed
big time.
away. Yeah, I mean,
it wasn't even close. 65, 68%.
Name recognition might have something to do with it. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why hasn't she been sworn in?
I think
it's for reals.
I think I think really it's about politics
because they could do
because
it,
you could
right?
do it in a pro forma session. Yeah, you don't have to actually be in. They could swear her in. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not
done,
that they
it's
can't.
been done before.
It's that they won't.
They're not going out of their way to make things easier.
Again, you're just setting a new precedent. Wait for the next.
It'll happen again. There'll be a Republican,
Democratic Speaker of the House who refuses to
always
do
comes
any
around.
Republicans. It's just
it always comes
ridiculous,
around,
isn't it?
Yep.
But I mean, as Arizonans, Arizona's basically down one congressperson.
Yeah, we are.
And help me understand. Listen, I've heard the term discharge petition.
Right.
I have the foggiest idea.
What happens is the magic number. There's 435 members of Congress.
That much I knew.
So if you get a majority, 218 people that sign a discharge petition, then even if the speaker doesn't want to sign the bill
or bring a vote,
he's overriding.
It's so the members can override the speaker of the House.
You get a majority of the members that sign the discharge petition, and right now I think they have 215.
Okay.
I think they're 3 short.
They're 3 short.
Yeah, and one of my really close friends is the guy spearheading is Thomas Massey.
Mr. Massey, yes.
And I can't remember the Democrat.
And so one of the concerns is that by swearing in Representative-elect Grijalva,
then she would take that number
probably,
to 216.
Yeah, she would obviously sign on to something like that.
I'm sure she would.
All the Democrats signed
Every
it.
Democrat signed on.
Everyone did.
Yeah, and then you've got 3 Republicans, I think. I know 2 of them. One of them is Marjorie Taylor Greene.
She signed on to it.
And then Thomas Massey.
And Massey.
And then there's a third one, too.
Yeah. Okay.
There's 3 Republicans that have signed on, so I think they're at 215.
It just seems like they're playing a little fast and loose with the rules again.
The speaker has a lot of power.
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, the speaker has a lot of power to determine what happens and when.
Like what
on the House floor.
What moves forward, what comes up for a vote is basically in the hands of the speaker.
It is in the hands of the speaker.
Yeah.
And what committees you serve on.
Oh,
Look,
boy.
there is a committee called the Committee on Committees.
There is
Or the Steering Committee. But ultimately, the speaker, everybody else on the committee gets 1 vote. The speaker gets 5 votes.
That's like I used to tell people this is when I ran the radio station. I go, this is a benevolent dictatorship.
Yeah, there you go.
And we can vote anytime you want. I have 51% of the vote. Just
And you
so
know
we're clear.
what's really interesting is on these budgets, the government shutdowns and everything. We used to actually pass the 12 appropriation bills. But in the last 20-some years, it's literally done by continuing resolution or an omnibus bill. And you know how those are decided? The speaker and a couple of his pals go into a room and they determine what the number's going to be.
What a surprise.
And then they shove it down everybody's throats. That's how it works.
Matt Salmon, thanks for being in today. It was good having you here. You helped us understand a lot about how it works. It was like Schoolhouse Rock, but without all the music, if you will. Hey, we appreciate you spending time with us today. We looked through the double-pane bulletproof glass. We've got DJ Justin Time over there. Oh, the first lady of Outspoken. That's Miss Jules. Hey, thanks a lot to Heidi Hommel, delivering all the news and information. And Enrique, don't call me Iglesias, over there, delivering all of the traffic. You guys have a wonderful weekend. Thanks, guys.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Hi, Jamie West here with Jerry, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. And Jerry, what do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes?
Number one, we should be moving. Beatitudes Life Plan includes 28 acres where you can walk. We have lots of opportunities to be social. You can live independently but have some help through Beatitudes at home. It's all here.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Chronic pain can be very bossy. What do I mean? It tells you what you can or can't do. Sometimes it even has the audacity to keep you from working.
I missed almost 3 weeks of work, and I was no longer able to play tennis. The pain was really debilitating sometimes. I missed Thanksgivings.
Abby was ready to put the bossy bad back in her past. And that's when she discovered QC Kinetics and their non-surgical treatments for pain. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine with tens of thousands of satisfied patients, people who have experienced real lasting relief without drugs and without surgery.
It has just been the most life-changing, amazing experience. Not only life-changing, but career-saving. I get to continue to do the career that I love. I'm playing tennis again.
Stop letting that joint pain boss you around. Start with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Such a blow to investors, whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturday